everybody. Welcome to our planning retreat. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the staff who are here and afar who helped get all these slides together and all the information together. It's a lot of information, and we appreciate all the hard work that went into this. It was an election year last year, and that means we had a little change in the board, and I was reminded at the Essentials of Municipal Government that every time that you have a board, it's a new board, and it's a new dynamic. But I was also reminded of it's we before me, and that means that we are now all working together for one common goal, and that's to support and help the residents of our town. And so I think that kind of is where we're looking forward to going with all this information in the board retreat. Anthony, do you want to do the goals, or you want me?
Yeah, we can do that. No need to kind of tell you where, I think everybody knows where the bathrooms and all the stuff is and the food, so we don't need to go through all that. Everybody's in their room situated, at least man board. So if you have any issues, I would say you just call me or Catherine, and we'll figure it out if you run into any issues or problems. But other than that, I think everybody kind of knows the lay of the land that's in the room. As with any board, typically we'll set goals. The board sets the goals, and staff sort of carries those out. What you have before you are FY26 goals, which is the fiscal year that we're in right now. So we're 7 months, getting ready to go 8 months into those goals, and then ultimately this new board would help set FY27 goals, which is towards the end. We're not going to set those today, but ultimately we'll get together and start talking about those so that we'll be prepared to carry those out for FY27. But a lot of times with the 26 goals, I'm sure they carry over. I'm just picking on things like attainable housing. I'm sure transportation, things like that's going to carry over year to year to year. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through every one of these. You'll have these in front of you. All this is just shows you what the goals are for FY26 and sort of what are we doing to kind of achieve those. And obviously, I don't know if we have a point or not. Bobby, we have one. Jackie's got one. Look at that. See if I can operate this thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. I'm going to just stand up because I sit down on my tail all day. Broke something already, Jackie?
Anthony.
What that is? Must be it's my chair. Oh, it must be all the way. There we go.
There we go.
Do you want it all up?
No, it's up to.
You can't. The lights, you can't see.
Okay.
Oh, you can't see our faces if you do that, I mean. Yeah.
All right, we're good to go now? Catherine trying to put me to sleep. I don't need much of that. I'm already drugged up. So like land use development planning, not going to spend a lot of time on this because Brian is going to go through everyone. He's going to go through how we're achieving downtown plan, how we're achieving the 2040 plan, all those things. So instead of me reading these to you and stealing his thunder, he's going to go over that later on today on what he's doing to achieve. Keep going, Bobby. So stoplight finance. You're going to hear Patty talk about some of that today too. What are we doing? How are we doing the 5-year plan? And staff is going to talk about, MJ will talk about PARTIF grants. Stephen's going to talk about CRTPO grants. So I'm not going to reiterate what some of these folks are going to say, but we're achieving those goals. Public safety, Chief's going to talk about what he's doing about hiring. Both Chiefs are going to talk about what they're doing to hire people. You're going to hear about Station 1, 2, and 5. Obviously, we've bought land for replacement of 2. We've bought land for 5. We're starting the getting ready to pick the winner, I'm going to call it, of the RFQ process. So we'll start design on that. So all that stuff, instead of me reiterating it, I think folks in this room are going to talk about a lot of that. And then transportation infrastructure, same thing. Stephen's going to go through 100+ slides and talk about various things. MJ is going to talk about what we're doing with greenways. So like I say, just shows you these are things we're doing to achieve these. Housing, just like housing, Bobby's going to talk a little bit about attainable housing, what we're doing, sustainability. I think one of these in here was to build town hall, EV chargers, all those things we're achieving. So facilities is where town hall is. Obviously, we've completed that. So instead of me just reading these over and over, I'm going to save that time and let folks do their thing. But we are achieving these goals. You are achieving these goals. we're achieving the goals for the town. And use these as your building blocks as you think about your FY '27 goals. Some of these will go away. Not gonna build another town hall, things like that. Things that achieved will come off. You're gonna add new things, you may have new goals, et cetera, but I think a lot of this will carry over to FY '27. So that was all I was gonna say, Mayor. See, I saved you some time, that way we can get to the real stuff instead of this. I don't know who's next on the chopping block, looks like Stephen. Oh, Kevin, that's right.
Everybody needs to give Kevin and Public Works a big round of applause.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, keeping us all safe and warm and
Yeah.
dry and roads cleared, and they worked, I saw them out there working almost 24/7.
Yeah, we're, and getting ready for round two, so
Yep.
it's been a busy times for us. I'll take a time, to thank my team, because they're
Yes.
the one that makes it happen, so. Good morning, glad to be here and glad to get us kicked off, and I guess since I'm going first, I get all the money, right, Ant? Good. So just a few things we want, am I driving this myself? Okay. There we go. Just as a way of introduction for some of the new folks, this slide basically just is a real quick reminder of what we do in the Public Works Department. So we're responsible for, we have a hand in the delivery of CIP projects. Stephen will talk a lot about those coming up, but roads and sidewalk construction. So we're primarily on the delivery side, on the construction side. Street maintenance, of course, on our 255 miles, 255 plus miles of streets that we maintain. And of course, that includes snow and ice removal, so that's what has been keeping us busy lately. Stormwater maintenance, we have our crews, along with contract help, go out and maintain the pretty vast stormwater system in the town. Fleet maintenance, we do we have a townwide fleet shop, of course, that we help out the chiefs and all the admin vehicles and Parks and Rec and everybody's vehicle in our fleet department. We're responsible to administer the solid waste contract for the town that we'll talk about a good bit here in just a moment. We're responsible for the administration of the streetlight policy for the town. And then we have a team in my department that handles land development, street acceptance, and encroachments as well. So just a real brief recap of the things that we do. Topics that I want to discuss today, I'm going to talk about the POW bill and the funding for that, which is our street maintenance. I'm going to talk about the stormwater funds. I'm going to talk about the solid waste fee, and I think Jackie's going to help me out with that. And then my last slide, we'll be talking about the staffing. So this is a graphic I put up every year. It just kind of shows the 10-year history of POW bill allocations for the town. So this graph is this current year we're in, just shy of $2 billion. Now there's the distribution in the about 185.6 million. So that's the big pie. The town of Huntersville's portion of that is about 2.2 million, and of course that's based on our population and number of miles of streets we maintain. So as you can see over the years, that has grown, and we would expect it to grow because our street miles grow every year and our population grows every year. So it just kind of makes sense that trends up. This is a math exercise I do every year for you. Everybody always says it costs to surface streets. So if I mill, patch, and resurface 1 mile of street, I got about $50,000 in milling to, mill off the old worn out asphalt. About $45,000 to patch 10% of the surface area, so that's pretty standard. So, if you see alligator cracking, a lot of times that can just be milled and replaced. But if you see rutting or potholes or stuff like that, we actually have to dig down deeper and patch that with asphalt to fix the subgrade. So you got about $45,000 there. And then brand new asphalt, 2 inches of asphalt over a mile of street's about $175,000. So you're looking at about $270,000 per mile to resurface a street. If I went out and did all my 255, this was July 1st, when we reported the POW bill to the state, we were at 254 miles. We've added a few miles since then, so we're over 255 miles. But if you gave me a blank check and said, go resurface every single street in Huntersville, you'd be looking at just shy of 70 million. So this year we got 2.198 million from POW bill. If I spent 85,000 of that only on resurfacing, reserving that other 15% for capital expenditures, some of our equipment we buy out of the POW bill fund, street name, vegetation control. There's a various things that that we use the POW bill funds for. But if I used 85% of it, we would resurface every single street on our system every 37 years. You guys wouldn't be sitting in those seats long if that was the rate that we resurfaced our streets. We're finding that on the top end, modern asphalt specs, we're getting about 20 years. Now there's variables. Some roads we're getting 8 or 9 years. Some we can maybe get 25, 26 years, depending on traffic volumes and the way you load the asphalt. So 37 years, I think we can all kind of agree is just unacceptable. So, and then I put a note on here. This current year, we're resurfacing around 11 miles, which is higher than normal. I think last year we were probably 8 or 9 miles, but prior to that, we were kind of sticking to the 5 to 7 miles. And what we were finding is that 37-year cycle was creeping up. It was getting up into the 40s or up into the 50 years, which is terrible. So I feel like we're doing a better job at tackling the problem. And then another thing that I will point out too is my predecessor Max Buchanan used to always say there's a bubble coming down the hose pipe of water, and when it's all of our streets are relatively new, in that they were built kind of at the same time. So it stands to reason that if they're all built at the same time, they're all going to tear up at the same time too. So as that life cycle of all the roads that were built in the boom come to an end, we're going to see a higher demand for needing repairs. So I guess to sum all that up is I recommend that we continue to supplement the POW bill funding to increase our paving to 12 to 14 miles per year. And if we do, by doing so, we can decrease the cycle to about 20 years, which is the more realistic lifespan of the asphalts. So any questions on POW bill before I move along?
Just ask questions anytime.
Yeah, just jump in if you have a question, please.
Does the weather event we just had where y'all have to plow streets have an impact on how long the roads last?
It does. Not necessarily what we do to it to plow, but the freeze-thaw cycle.
Okay.
Anytime you introduce water and it can penetrate the asphalt and all the cracking and get into the subgrade, and that freeze-thaw causes heave, and it'll cause your pavement to degrade faster.
Okay.
Our methods of plowing and salting and all that really don't have much impact on it, but the freeze-thaw cycles certainly do.
Okay.
Yeah, so this spring, after this cold of a winter and with the weather we've been getting, we'll see more potholes and things like that for sure. Any other questions?
So if we're increasing the miles we're gonna be doing? Are we, I'm assuming we're increasing what we're supplementing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would cause out of general fund or for some source, we would have to supplement the Powellville funds.
Okay.
And we plan on bringing it to you. We started making that move to 11 miles, as you can see, in FY '26, so we will recommend to you in FY '27, somewhere between the 12 and 14 miles.
Okay.
Any questions? I'll move on to the Stormwater Fund. This is the Stormwater Fund is collected in everybody's water bill, so it's a piece of the water bill. And what this does is the county collects it for us and then gives it to us. We get I can't remember the exact number right off the top of my head, but it's a little over or right around. Jackie, do you remember what that number is?
Stormwater fund
Yes.
balance, 5.3 million?
That's the fund balance, that's right, yeah. The annual allocation.
Oh, no, $1,000,004.
Yeah, I think it's about 1.5. Yeah, so about 1.5 million a year is what we collect in the stormwater, through people's water bills. And what this does is the town is responsible to maintain what they consider the minor system. And the minor system is defined by anything that has a 1 square mile drainage area or less. So once it gets to a one square mile, then it becomes major system, which is maintained by Mecklenburg County. So for the minor system, there's a minor system component to the fee that is paid through the water bill, and that fee is then returned to the town of Huntersville. Currently, we have about $3.5 million committed to ongoing stream enhancement projects. One of those is the South Prong Clark Creek that's located in the Vermillion area. We're partnered with the county. The county is doing some work on their major system, and we're piggybacking on them and going a little farther upstream into the minor system to do some repairs. Upper tributary to the Torrance Creek, which is in the Hamptons, Monteith Park area, kind of 21 Stumptown area. That's a project that we actually we completed several years ago. We did some upstream work and some downstream work, and now we have a piece in the middle that did not get improved that we're going to tackle. We're partnered with the county on that one as well. And then we've got an ongoing project to the tributary to the Caldwell Station Creek, which is Cambridge Grove, Hamptons area, so Highway 73, kind of north of Highway 73. That project's been ongoing for several years, and finally we have a bid opening scheduled for next week. So all those projects together combined are about $3.5 million that we've committed. And, also got an increasing demand for stormwater maintenance for existing systems. So think if you got curb and gutter in these subdivisions, there's also the catch basins and the pipes that run under the street and things you can't see, in addition to the creeks that many times are in folks' backyards. So all that infrastructure is aging. So just like the streets, those pipe systems and things like that are aging as well. So we're seeing an increase in costs on those systems, and of course we continue to rely on contractor labor to help us out to make these repairs, and of course the cost of everything's going up. So we're seeing a large increase in that cost. And then we also, our residents are not the only ones that pay a stormwater fee. We also pay a stormwater fee for the roads that we maintain. So the cost of that keeps going up. The county keeps increasing that. And then the NPDES permit that is maintained by Mecklenburg County, the labor costs to maintain that program continue to increase year after year as well. So all of this to say, This year, I'm not recommending an increase in the stormwater fee. As Jackie mentioned, we've been able to stockpile a little money. So I think that we're gonna start spending that down some. So that at this time, I don't recommend going up on that stormwater fee. But it's definitely something that we closely need to monitor for the next couple years. Any questions on stormwater? Okay. Solid waste fee. I'll do a quick recap, and then I think Jackie's got one of her infamous spreadsheets to come play with. But the current year solid waste fee that you guys set is $150 per house, $154, excuse me, per household. The last year, FY25 solid waste cost was about $5.2 million. We estimate that the current year cost is going to be approximately $5.7 million. So this is the contract to collect all the solid waste, recycles, and yard waste in everyone's home. And the way I figure that is, and Jackie uses audited numbers, and I use kind of budget numbers. So if our numbers are off by 1% or 2 here or there, that's the reason. But in a nutshell, this current year, it costs the town $20.37 per household per month. So if you multiply that out, it's about $244 per year per house. So by doing that math, you know, the $154 compared to the $244, which is the actual cost, is we're covering about 63% of that cost with the current stormwater fee. I'm sorry, solid waste fee.
How many households do we have, Kevin?
We're about 22,600 at this moment, and of course that grows every month.
About how many new households a month do we have?
It's 30 to 60.
And Kevin, how long is the existing contract for?
The existing contract is until 2030. It renews in 2030, and the only increase other than adding houses is they're due a CPI adjustment every year. So whatever the CPI is, they can go up that amount. And then, of course, if the tipping fees are included in what we pay. So the $20.37 covers tipping fees at the landfills. But if the landfills go up on their rate, then Waste Connections can also go up that amount too. So you got the only way it can go up other than adding homes is a tipping fee increase by the landfills or the number of households growing each month. So, Jackie, you want to jump in? Or?
Please, Bobby, will you switch this over to the Excel document? Patty, will you help me? Will you manage the pointer, the mouse on the Excel document, please? Hopefully, we have entered the most interactive part of this morning so far. When we present to Huntersville 101, and when we present to Leadership Lake Norman and Youth Leadership Lake Norman, we tell them the board's job is to set policy, and what staff does is enact that policy. I'm not real sure the teenagers in Leadership Lake Norman get that, and so I need to make sure. Congratulations on being elected. So in June, you're going to see tomorrow, Patty's PowerPoint will include a budget calendar, which, surprise, you're going to get to vote on the budget in June, and it's going to include a tax rate. In addition to the tax rate, you set that solid waste fee every year. And so you can tell us to set that solid waste fee at any amount that you want to set it at. I discount Stallings. Of the 7 municipalities in Mecklenburg County, 5 of those municipalities choose to have no fee. Davidson had a solid waste fee until 3-5 years ago. I can't remember how long ago they eliminated it, but 5 of the municipalities choose not to have a solid waste fee. You are one of 2 who choose to have a solid waste fee. It's us in Charlotte. Charlotte's fee is, solid waste fee, Charlotte. Is it 54? But no, that's Mecklenburg County's. Charlotte's is solid waste fee, $120 curbside, $120 a year, $120.30. Patty, will you, let's start over in the first tab, rate versus, residential versus commercial, that first tab. Okay. Your general fund is $80 million a year. The current year revenues that you're generating in your general fund is $67 million. So you're using fund balance in FY '26 to balance the budget of $14 million. Fund balance is your savings. That's not currently generated revenue. So if you're currently generating about $67 million in revenues, ballpark 3.4 of that in FY '25 was from the $154 solid waste fee. Simple math in my head, if 3.4 million of your current revenues of the 67 million, about 5% of your revenues in the general fund are being generated by this solid waste fee. Of everything I'm about to launch into, I don't want you to think that I'm taking an advocacy position on what you do with that solid waste fee. I'm advocating one thing and one thing only. If you choose to eliminate that solid waste fee, if you take $3.4 million out of the general fund, replace it with something. Don't increase that amount that you continue to rely on your fund balance to balance your budget. So choose to make it whatever you want to make it. I'm good with that, but don't eliminate 5% of our revenues, please. Okay, so in that top row, on the audited figure in FY '25, we generated 3393, whatever that number is, I barely see it from here, $3.4 million in FY '25. We know that in FY '25, a penny generated $1,610,000, whatever the number is on the row, what is that, 9? And so if you decide you want to eliminate charging that $154 a month, and rather than charge that as a portion, as a separate fee, you want to convert that into the tax rate, that is technically exactly 2.11 cents on the tax rate. Your tax rate last year was current year is 22.75 cents. So if you add 2.11 cents to that, the new tax rate would be 24.86. Okay, so that's what the new rate would be. Patty, thank you very much. So, all right, so. Patty, will you change the value, that right there, thank you. I don't know what somebody's home value is. So if your home is valued at $350,000, Patty, will you make that $350,000? If your home is valued at $350,000, you're paying $796 in tax, $154 in solid waste fees. So the portion of your bill that the county's generating that comes back to the town is $950.
That's better.
Yay.
Yeah. Some of us are also.
Okay,
old.
all right.
I wasn't gonna admit
Thank
it.
you. Okay, well, let's work with that. All right, so in the current year, if your home was valued at $350,000, your tax that's coming back to the town was $796, your fee is $154. What's coming back to the town is $950. If you choose to increase the tax rate 2.11 cents and stop charging that fee, then the next column, column C, is what would happen to you. Your tax is going to go from $796 to $870. The fee goes from $154 to nothing. So what you're paying back to the town would have just decreased $80. So if your home is valued at $350,000, your tax rate went up, your fee goes away, you're saving $80. Now, don't be naive. You also have to pay property taxes on your vehicles. So, all right, I'm going to talk about that just a second too. Let's go to commercial. Just because your home is valued at $350,000 doesn't mean a business is valued at $350,000. We do not pay for collection of solid waste for commercial businesses. If you do that increase of 2.11 cents to the tax rate, whatever your business property is valued at, you just got a tax increase of 2.11 cents. And so if your value of your property on commercial property is $500,000, you weren't paying the fee before, you're still not paying the fee. Effectively, you just got an increase of 9.3% because 2.11 cents is 9.3% of 22.75. It makes me cringe when people say winners and losers. I don't see this as winners and losers. If you do this, there will be people who benefit and people who don't, and absolutely the businesses will not benefit because they're already paying separate from their tax bill for their solid waste collection. All right, so not everybody's house is valued at $350. You saw when we opened this spreadsheet, the value in that field was $447. So I've been in contact with the county. The assessor's office it has helped me immensely with this. So according to the assessor's office, the median assessed value of homes in Huntersville, they told me average, I didn't memorize it and this is why. Average, when you look at the average home value in Huntersville, anywhere, the higher value homes are gonna skew the average. So median is what is the value that is in the middle for home values in Huntersville. According to the county, the median home value in Huntersville is $447,000. I think it was $447,800, but Patty, would you change that back to $447? Okay, great, perfect. So for the median home value in Huntersville, if your value is $447, then you're paying tax of $1,016. Your solid waste fee currently $154. The bill you're receiving that comes back to the town is the $1170. If you increase the taxes to take away that fee, then you will have saved almost $60. So your decrease in what you're paying that ultimately comes back to the town is 5.1%. Okay. Jackie likes to play with numbers. We've all meant that. And so, what is the home value, would you guess, that is effectively break even? You're effectively agnostic as to whether it's fee or tax rate. Anybody care to guess?
I will.
550?
I've already told you, stop killing me.
I know the answer, I
Patty,
can't
will you
guess.
key in $730,000, please, ma'am? If your home is taxed, if your home assessed value is $730,000, then there is really no benefit to you. The difference that you're paying is 3 cents, so it's ballpark $730,000. Okay, please, duct tape, off, no, okay. Interaction here, please. So, the next question I asked the county, all right, if I know that you're agnostic because it's no change to what you're paying at $730, how many homes in Huntersville are valued at, what percentage of homes in Huntersville are valued at $730 or more?
Get it right, you get a
Please.
prize.
Get a piece of candy.
Mayor cannot guess.
Yeah, Anthony's
No,
cough drop.
Mayor, I can't guess, I know the answer.
3%.
Brian Richards, according to the county, there are just over 24,000 residential lots in Huntersville. You want to throw out a guess? What percentage of those residential homes are valued at over $730,000? 60% are valued at over $730,000.
5%.
I say 15%.
Yeah.
You said 15% are over.
I'll say
5%.
16%. Bob, you have to do 5.
5.
I was actually gonna guess 15.
I'd say
I've
5 or
done this
7.
awkwardly. So according to the county, what I asked them are what percentage are valued at lower. So the percentage of homes in Huntersville valued at less than $730, according to the county, is 91.94%. 92% of homes are valued at less than the $730.
Oh, less than.
So I was close.
So 8%.
8% are valued at over $730.
2 digits, 1
I was
digit.
thinking 15.
I'm not taking an advocacy position, but you need to know, all right, so I got another spreadsheet here, it's awesome too. I gotta do one more thing. Patty, this is crazy. But will you go into that commercial impact column where it says 500,000? I wanna prove 2 things here. What if what if your business is paying taxes on property valued at $1 million? Will you change it to $1 million? Guess what? It's double the 500,000. Okay. Let's use this for a different purpose. I commented earlier, your you're paying property tax vehicles on your, you're paying property taxes on your vehicles. Well, you're not getting a solid waste fee on your vehicle. So if you increase the tax rate, you're increasing the tax rate not just on real estate, but on the vehicle as well. I got absolutely no idea what people's vehicles are valued at. But for kicks and giggles, well, you can $100,000. If your two vehicles are valued at $100,000, I don't know, somebody else make up a value. This great spreadsheet, look at it, and it'll tell you exactly what happened. So you're
We
getting
love your
effective-
spreadsheet.
Thank you. You're getting a 9.3% increase on your vehicles, so whatever that value is, you're getting a 9.3% increase on your vehicles. If your vehicles are valued at $100,000, you're getting an increase of $21 on your vehicle, but if you were $447, then you're saving $60 on your house, so you're still saving $40 annually. I'm gonna take a breath and see if there's questions before we move on. I got a little bit more I need you to say. Any questions so far?
Yeah, Jackie, the challenge either way, so let's say we get rid of the solid waste fee and we roll it into our tax rate. To Kevin's point, next year there may be tipping fees, CPI goes up. So it's really not going to cover those costs, but for a year. You know, I've long advocated for ripping off the Band-Aid and just creating a policy that says if it's costing us X per home, then that's what we would charge. But in either case, those fees are gonna go up. You know, the 50 homes a month, give or take, cost us an extra X every month in our general fund balance. So putting it in the tax rate doesn't solve it, but for a year, because the following year our costs are higher. And so we're going back into our fund balance, so it doesn't solve the fundamental problem, since we only provide trash service for single-family homes, not multifamily or businesses.
I think either way, we would tell you, the 154 is just the start of this current fiscal year. Well, we would tell you next fiscal year, depending on which way you go, either way, you either need to raise the fee up to at least, if we're gonna stay at 63% or whatever it is, we would at least recommend that at the minimum. And then after that is whether you wanna roll it into the tax rate, but we would say at least keep it at 63 and consider whether you can go more on the dues or roll it into the tax rate.
I think Commissioner Walsh just introduced my other tab. If I make it till April Fool's Day this year, I will thank you very much for allowing me to work for Huntersville for a decade. Super excited about that. So, please make this just a little bit bigger for me. So, it might be organized a little bit awkward, but Patty and I have participated on many conversations where boards, I don't want to say struggle, but discussed what should the solid waste fee be. So if you look at my column I did this every other year. I won't tell you why. So we have elections every other year. And this, to put 10 years worth of data on this spreadsheet, to me, it gets crowded. So what I've done here is every other fiscal year on an actual basis, how much did we collect in revenue? How much did it actually cost us to provide the service? What's that difference? And so what percentage did we cover of that cost? So there are boards who I have listened to discuss, they ought to be covering 100% of the cost, not the 63% that Kevin talked about, or some other percentage. In 2015, the fee was $72. It generated $1.2 million in revenue. Our total cost was, call it $3 million.
You got a Zoom call? You gotta be here, Jackie.
Oh, heavens. Okay, all right. Volume, gotta kill that. All right, so it cost us $3 million to provide this service. We took in revenue of $1.2 million. So the portion of the cost to provide solid waste to residents that the tax rate board, stop please. Okay, it quit. No more. Okay. All right, so what portion do we cover? We covered 71% of the cost when the fee, in fiscal 15, when the fee was $72. If you wanted to have covered 100% of the cost that year, the fee would have been $177. Okay, so the next year I calculated was 2017, it's 2 years later. There had been no change to the fee, it was still $72. We generated similar revenue, 50,000 more. Our costs had increased 76,000, so we covered still about 41%. In 2019, we had increased the fee to $84. There was a theory for a very long time, solid waste is a utility similar to your water bill, so try to keep it in the annual fee in multiples of 12, so you feel like that's a monthly fee. That was the logic behind 72 going to 84. Okay, all right, so the fee was $84. Here's the amount of revenue we generated, what it cost us to provide the service. We covered 46% of the cost, and if you had wanted to cover 100% of the cost, the fee would have been $181. Okay, by 21, still $84 fee. Because you didn't increase that fee, as Commissioner Walsh was pointing out, you're covering 2% less because your cost had increased and the number of residents that you've added. Okay, so 2023. At that time, there was discussion among the board, let's increase this fee to get closer to the point we will eventually cover 100%. So the fee went appreciably up from 84 to 126. And so we were covering 59% of the cost. If we had wanted to cover the whole thing, we would have needed to have had a fee of $213. In 2026, the audited number, okay, so our fee was $154. We collected almost $3.4 in revenue. We had a total cost, and so we covered 65% of the cost. And if we'd wanted to cover the whole thing, it's $239. Jackie, your numbers are different than Kevin Fox's. Why is that? You hear Jackie and Patty talk all the time about having a conservative revenue estimate, and we estimate realistically for the expense, because it's illegal. Kevin, Brian Bond has to come arrest us. We violated the law if we spend more than you allocate in the total department in budget. So we can't miss the cost by estimating too low, right? So column K is what we budgeted in FY26. So we're budgeting that we're going to get revenue of $3.3 million. Patty, if you'll go over to column C and sit on the revenues right there, I can't even begin to see those numbers, but we get daily collections from the county. They've already collected slightly more than we budgeted in revenue of 3306, and we know they're going to continue to collect for 5 more months. So I looked up, what if they collected to date as of Wednesday, yesterday? That was yesterday. What if they collected and sent us as of yesterday, and then I know they're going to collect 5 more months. So what did they collect in the 5 months that was February through June of last year? It was ballpark $80,000. So even column C and K are the difference between budget and what I would estimate today right now we've collected. Conveniently, in expense, we've paid exactly 6 months. Well, we're going to add some homes between now and the end of the year. So if you look at exactly what I've done in the expense column, I've basically said double it, but add 4% because I think we're going to add some more homes. So if we had the same fee in 25 and 26, you can see I know I've collected 65%. I've covered 65% of my cost in 25. Even at 154, I know I have eroded that down from 65 to 61. So as Commissioner Walsh points out, if you convert this fee into the rate, if you don't marginally change that rate to acknowledge what this fee change is, what your cost change is, it's going to change some. Our assessed value has grown at a rate of about 2-3%. You got to figure out to me, please start thinking about what you want that fee to be. I'm not telling you it should be 0 or 154 or 63, whatever that number is. I'm not telling you what that fee should be, but I'm telling you there is an impact on taxpayers at what you choose to set the fee at. And if you were doing it in the rate, you're allocating your costs to different taxpayers.
short version is, some point in time here in the very, very near future, as we're working through budget, we need to know whether you want to increase the fee and/or roll it into the tax rate. But we would at least recommend at a minimum, you need to increase the fee to kind of keep the same percentage at a minimum. I guess is sort of the guidelines that we put you in. So you need to be thinking about that. We'll be coming back to you to make sure we get it nailed down because we need to know that.
Patty, will you flip back to the first tab? Your tax rate today in FY '26 is 22.75. If you look at exclusively FY '25's collections, it would take 2.11 cents. That would be a tax rate of 24.86. I work for round number, Anthony. I might just round that to 25, but you do you do not have to have that in a round number. The city of Charlotte's tax rate today is 27.41, so it don't have to be a round number. We just frequently do that. Here's my other thing. Congratulations, you're serving a 2-year term. You're gonna get to set the tax rate this upcoming June for FY '27. You're also gonna get to set the tax rate a year from then in June of '27 for FY '28. FY '28 is a revaluation year. So we are required to disclose a revenue neutral rate. We are not required to disclose, we're not required to adopt it. So you got some big decisions coming up in June. Please help us arm you with the information you'd like to have about the tax rate and that fee. 92% in FY '26 would have been paying, 92% of your residents would have been paying less to the town if it were in the tax rate instead of a separate fee.
Jackie, so the commercial impacts, though, the businesses that will have to pay the increased rate, the revenue from that, does that help offset the changes to fees in the future?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was like,
Yes.
I know that's an
Absolutely.
obvious question, but then I was like,
Right.
am I missing something? Okay, so essentially, as fees go up, our commercial collections would help offset that in some measure. We don't know yet because we haven't done this yet. So I'm gonna have the board, I'm gonna put out to the board to think about rolling the solid waste fee into our tax rate for the future. For 2 reasons. One, some people, most people, me and most people around, and people in my neighborhood and middle-class neighborhoods, their tax is gonna go down, but then it's a lot more impactful for people who have the lower income range. They've been paying the same rate as a person who has $1 million home, and that's really an unfair tax to them. So it would actually balance out people to be taxed fairly on the value of their home versus what we do now. So put that in your brain to think about for the future.
That's a lot to take in. I talk pretty fast. I'm happy to meet individually with you. If you have questions about this, you need to be thinking about, I'm not sure how much I remember how deeply we have delved in while the majority of you have served on this board for a couple of years into the solid waste fee. So it deserves, don't do it innocently, not knowing what you're doing. If you want 154, that's great, we should do 154. If you want nothing, if you want 250, if you want more than that, help us help you figure out what you think the right fee is. And it's a policy decision whether you charge separately for solid waste or not, which you can choose to do or not. Good municipalities do it both ways.
Jackie, have we figured out, is that 184, is that FY '26 or is that FY '27 projected fee to cover the same percentage?
I've not done anything about 27.
So 154 is not gonna be the number, we would say, I don't know what it is, we haven't figured it yet, but
Yeah.
it would be higher than 154. Jackie's just showing you in 26, where we are now, to flip that number into the tax rate would be 24.86, at 2.11
Patty,
cents.
will you go back over to the second tab? Columns D through I are audited numbers. That is what actually happened. You don't know what actually happened till the county collects that fee and until Waste Management sends us all 12 monthly bills. there is variability in the estimate, which is an update of FY 26's budget. So there's a difference between budget column K and 26 estimates. So 27, heavens who knows?
For how long have we essentially?
Will you go down a row or two so we can see what the full coverage, see? We budgeted that it would take 265 to cover the entire fee, but on a current estimate, it would take 253, I think. So there's gonna be, I mean, there's a reason, we do pretty accurate estimates, but there's a difference between actual and audited. There always is, and there's gonna be. Kevin's not doing it wrong, I'm not doing it wrong, but after you know what actually happened, that's different than saying, hey, I gotta make sure I got budgeted enough to cover the cost of picking up garbage at every home.
And we can do an estimate of what we think on the 22nd. It'll be an estimate, and it won't be right. It'll just be an estimate to kind of tell you what we think that fee will be, based on what we know, how we expect the town to go, and all that kind of stuff.
So if we did the increased fee, it's almost $100 more, right? I mean, on these numbers, right? Am I reading that right?
To pay the full cost.
Pay the full cost, yeah. If we said we're gonna cover the full cost using a
Yeah.
fee, it's almost $100
Yep.
more in people's tax bill.
And that's
than-
higher than the 2.11.
Right, that's what I'm
Yep.
trying to say.
Yep.
So if you roll it in the tax rate, then it would not be that high.
Right.
Right. And then for how long has the town, essentially we subsidize solid waste fee, or solid waste pickup by covering it in our fund balance? Always done it that way, or is that, at some point, did we cover the full?
I've looked at it before, so don't quote me on this. I really believe the town didn't have the fee until sometime between 2005 and 7 or 8. And it was never adopted at a level where it covered 100% of the fee.
That's weird.
The cost, it was never adopted where it covered 100% of the cost.
So Jackie, to get it, I know we don't want to spend all day here, because Stephen won't get to, get us excited on it. So, I know you didn't show it here, but we were only rolling $154 into the tax rate. To get it to Mayor's point, if you rolled all 253, what would the tax rate be? Back at go to your other spreadsheet, can't you figure it out from there?
Yeah, math on the fly, this is
While
awesome.
she's pulling it up, your tax base split is 80% residential, 20% commercial.
Okay.
So think about who it's hitting.
All right, Patty, will you go back to the previous tab? That one? So if my total cost is 5256, the last audited year, if I take 5256 and divide by the 1,610,000, that's the tax implication. So take that number and divide by the 61, that, yeah. Take that and divide by what a penny generates. So the tax increase would be 3.26 cents instead of 2.11.
Okay.
And that was based on FY 25's actual, so.
So it'd be higher than that, probably.
So the tax rate would be higher if you want to cover 100% of it separately in tax. Now, that's kind of casserole, right? How do you separate the portion you've been covering from the portion you're gonna, but that's the math.
Right. So is the objective of, I guess that's the question for the board, is the objective for us to cover the entire cost or not? I guess that's the question number one, right?
Yeah. We don't need an answer today, and this is a lot of math before 10 o'clock, before 9:30. But
Yep.
please start thinking about how you feel about it, because we present budget at the first meeting in May, and we'd like to present what it's your intent to adopt. So start thinking, because we're gonna need to know April-ish. April is when we, late March, early April is when we start working on the revenue estimates. So whether you pick a 154 fee or a 0 fee or a 250 fee is gonna have a revenue impact, which we're gonna need to account for in the budget we present to you May 4th. So this will happen quicker than you think.
So we'll drag it out of you one way or the other, sooner or later.
One more question though. So Davidson rolled theirs in. Do they cover the full cost of that? They rolled in the full
There's no
cost.
fee now, so they have
So
to be covering
They
it in the
didn't
tax
do
rate.
like some number that kind of covers and they supplement, they just did the whole.
Yeah, we don't know if they took like, we don't know if they went 40 or 60% and said, we're just gonna increase the tax to cover the extra
Yeah.
additional, or whether they just raised the tax and sucked it all and whatever other things in there too.
They're not adding as many homes a month as we are.
Right, right,
For
right.
sure.
It is hard to make non-CPA people feel good about this math. And so we don't kill you too frequently with what I call cost accounting. But to me, for us to take the 22.75 tax rate that we have today, when people start saying this portion it goes to the police department, this portion goes to the fire department, this portion goes to, you kind of get lost in that sausage. Our financial advisor is awesome. I believe he's the best in the business, but he has conversations with us about, Jackie, why don't you choose to designate X portion of your tax rate, and that's always going to be debt service. Even I, as an accountant, begin to gloss over with some of those conversations. So if you want to get into what portion of the tax rate it takes to support solid waste, or we'll do that, but that's hard. But I'm willing. Spreadsheet, I'm in.
All right, we better stop garbage or you may go to sleep. Steven's gonna wow you here in a minute.
And Kevin has more.
After Kevin's done. Kevin, you done?
I got one more slide.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Jackie and Patty. There's no way I could have done that justice, so thank y'all for doing that. My last slide, and then I'll turn it over to Stephen with all the projects, all the fun stuff. But I stand before you today, the first time in my history of standing before the board, but probably longer than that. We're fully staffed in Public Works. Thank y'all. We're pleased that for now we are fully staffed, and playing a card from past retired police chief, I always told you that if I was full, I would ask for more. So here I am. This year I plan to request 4 new positions in the Public Works operations. We're not really big enough to have dedicated crews, dedicated sidewalk crew or a dedicated stormwater crew or a dedicated street crew or whatever, like some larger municipalities. My guys are my guys are awesome. They're great guys, but they're jacks of all trades. So I expect one crew to be able to go do concrete one day and stormwater the next and patch potholes the next, and then go deliver a CIP project. So my plan would be for 4 new positions. It would give us greater flexibility for some landscape maintenance needs that currently we're contracting most of that. We do some right-of-way mowing and things like that in-house, but most of the landscape maintenance along the streets are contracted out. So the addition of this crew would help me out with getting some more flexibility to get some of this landscaping done, make our town stay beautiful, and then it would also give me additional capacity to increase sidewalk and street maintenance needs and new sidewalk construction. So as you guys probably are aware, a lot of the sidewalk projects that Stephen is going to talk to you here in a minute, we deliver those in-house. So and a lot of times when it gets time to do that, we just need more people. And when we're dedicated to delivering a project, so we have to put everything else on the back burner. We had to put the maintenance on the back burner, and we had to put, because it takes all hands to deliver these projects. So I operate currently 4 crews of 4 guys. So I have 16 guys out there every day busting their tails for you. I'd like to add 1 more crew of 4. In addition to that, I plan to request 1 new position for fleet maintenance. Currently, we have 2 people in the shop working. We've got well over 400 pieces to maintain, and I put pieces in quotes there because this not only is tagged vehicles, police cruisers and fire chief admin vehicles and Parks and Rec trucks and my trucks and dump trucks, things that have a tag that go up and down the road every day, but they also maintain our heavy equipment. They maintain our lawnmowers, weed eaters, blowers. So in this 400 basically doesn't cover the weed eaters and blowers, obviously, but it's the excavators and the bulldozers and the dump trucks and all that good stuff. So we're well over 400 pieces. And as you guys know, last year you added the fire department to us. So we currently aren't set up to do the work on the big engine companies and the aerial devices that they have, but we did take in their smaller fleet, so their brush trucks and the admin vehicles and things like that. So we added those, and then of course we're looking into the future. We see an electric department coming on board, and we'll also take those vehicles in-house too. So one more person in the shop. It'll provide the current 2 people with greater production, faster turnaround for our customers, who are the town employees driving these vehicles, and then also safety. If I have a guy out, I'm down to 1 guy in the shop, and that's just 1 guy with a vehicle on a lift in the shop is not very safe at all. So this would increase the so that I can have a minimum of 2 personnel in the shop if somebody's out or somebody's on vacation or out sick. So we'll be asking for that position too, just as that's a support component to the town, and as the town grows and as the number of employees grow, that support function is going to have to continue to grow also. So I am asking for that. And my last point on staffing is I'm fully staffed. I'm glad. Thank you guys for the support to get us there. But now we got to stay there. It's important that we remain competitive, because my guys, our team, again, they're awesome. I can't speak highly enough for these guys, but we're training them to go work in the private sector. So, I've got guys all the time. They're working to get their CDLs. They're working on their marketability, because it benefits the town and the citizens, but it also makes them very attractive to the private sector. So we need to. It's important that we remain competitive to keep these guys, keep the talent that we have. So I'll wrap it up with that. Turn it over to Stephen. Any questions before I go?
How are we looking like funding wise compared to like Charlotte or other towns with
I don't know. Laura, are you going to speak to that in your presentation, how we kind of salary stuff, or?
She'll talk about, we're doing a salary study.
Do you mean like compensation package,
Yeah.
or staff-wise? Like
compensation to retain.
Yeah. I feel like we're at this point, we're probably pretty competitive with the surrounding municipalities.
Okay.
It's that private sector that kills us. Their guys are making lots of money. So, all right, any other questions? All right, great, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
While Stephen's getting up, I know Stephen spent a little time with Heather and Scott and myself and Jackie, about an hour and some, on the older projects, because some of these projects he's gonna go back 5-10 years. The existing board, besides Heather and Scott, has seen some of these, so they gave us some time last week, I guess it was, I can't remember, earlier this week, I can't remember, but to get caught up on those, so they're up to speed, maybe even past you guys, so everything's good to go. So it should be a lot smoother as we go through some of these projects, so I appreciate them spending that time. Stephen, you gonna start us off with a joke?
He did make a funny last year.
I'm sure Jackie has a spreadsheet for mine, too. Somebody laughed, that's good. So here in the next few days, we'll get through all the engineering projects we have going on. We have a whole lot. Hopefully we can get through all those here in just some time. Just like with Kevin, if there's questions, just interrupt. Let's get the information to you that you want to hear about. So kind of like what Kevin did, when you think of engineering, here's the type of stuff that we're working on. We're working on a lot of projects. We do a lot of land development plan review, say Kevin's group. also works with the land development part of it, but we have folks that look at plans and stuff all day, every day. Traffic calming, signage requests, sidewalk compliance, and then DOT project coordination. So when you're thinking of those things, think engineering. Some topics today, really going to talk a lot about projects. I'll talk about some staffing requests going to make, about some sidewalk data, and then projects. That's what we're going to talk about. So I'm going to do the reverse of what Kevin did. I'm going to roll right into staffing first. These are some staffing requests planned to make this coming year with all the additional, traffic requests, and this is for traffic on town and state roads. Just the requests that are coming in, those keep increasing in town, and we don't want to sit around and wait on those. We need to go ahead and take a look at those. Traffic calming, traffic studies, those needs just keep increasing. So asking for a person to be more on the traffic side, have a person that's got that history and background and can really help us with that. On the land development side, right now we've got 3 folks that do plan review, looking to convert one of those positions to more of a management, but also a person that's doing the reviews too. So looking at converting one of those positions up to give more of that, I'll say, mid-level daily type management. That's a challenge right now. And then the next request, well, that'll depend on how many projects you want to add to the list. So if there's a lot of projects you want to add to the list, we're going to need more staff to just manage that. So if that is going to continue to increase at the trend it has, then we need another person for that. And then the last one on here, this is a project manager for, I'll say, non-transportation projects. This is, if the CIP continues in the trend, you've got fire stations coming up in there, public works facility, maybe a police building, parks and rec building expansion, parks expansions. These are non-transportation projects, but I think the town would benefit from having somebody that's dedicated to those kind of building type projects. I think those get spread around and it's added to somebody else's list that they're already doing 100 other things now. But if you have somebody that's a project manager, they can focus on that. They can go to all the meetings. They can stay on top of those things. Now, to be honest, whether that's in engineering, public works, administration, somewhere, maybe it's in a different department, but see the need for a project manager somewhere. Anthony, Jackie, anything else to add to that one? Nope. Okay.
I will say, obviously, you're going to hear all the staffing needs from all the departments. So just jump in here where Stephen is now, but you'll hear all the different needs. Whether that makes it into the final budget, we've got to talk amongst ourselves and figure out the revenue and expenses, et cetera. But you're sort of getting the whole picture. But I promise you, it won't come back, all this. Some things we can fund, some things we have to slide, move. We may put off for various reasons. So but you're getting it all, right now as the department heads go through it.
All right, let's talk a little bit about sidewalk and kind of overlapping a little bit with public works, but sidewalk and sidewalk maintenance. So sidewalk ramps. So these are the ramps that go from the sidewalk, down into the street in town. We have a little over 6,000 of those in town. Every time the town adds streets for maintenance, there's sidewalks and there's sidewalk ramps. Every time there's an intersection, there could be an additional 8 sidewalk ramps that get added. So we're out there surveying those along with the sidewalk. Got another slide on that. So about 22% of the ramps in town right now are non-compliant. Well, what's that mean? That means they may not have the truncated dome mats, the bumps right at the intersection, or the slope may be incorrect. There are tolerance standards for those. It may be out of tolerance for a multitude of reasons. Maybe it got built wrong first, 30 years ago, or it could be conditions have changed. Trucks have run over it, utility companies have damaged it, what have you. So there's some out of non-compliance. Public Works is working to fix those, but there's a long list. The estimate, if you look back to last year, where are we trending? Well, this one's actually trending down. as part of resurfacing, sidewalk ramps are getting replaced as part of the resurfacing contracts. So we're catching up on this one, so that's good. But there's definitely some time and effort spent on that. So between the ramps, the sidewalk, again, when you think about adding streets, you're adding sidewalk typically on both sides of streets. So for every mile of street you're probably adding 2 miles of sidewalks. So that number is going to continue to increase. And this is a sidewalk number not only for town streets, but the town also maintains sidewalk on state-maintained roads as well. And there's about 120 miles of state-maintained roads in town, in addition to the 250-ish miles the town maintains. So number of sidewalk miles is going to keep going up. We inspect those now, make sure they're all compliant when they're taken on, but we're still working at collecting data. Short answer is there's about 42 miles of sidewalk that doesn't seem to meet the spec. So unlike the last one that's trending down, this one continues to trend up. Things out there that impact sidewalks, street trees, utilities, just settling over time. So sidewalks usually don't get better, just like streets, they tend to get worse. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the projects we have already done. These are the ones that are completed this past year. All right. These are ones you can see out there now. It's 9 projects. Where are those projects? They're all over town in various different time frames. So just giving you a quick hit on each one of them. Arrowhova Roundabout, that roundabout there was rebuilt. It was over there off of 21 behind Goodwill on 21. The state, as part of their project at 21 in Gilead, added a new connection. So if you're going from the post office and you want to go to Goodwill, you don't have to get out on Gilead or 21. You can kind of go the back way. And also trucks that come out of Food Lion also come out this way. So roundabout was rebuilt to better accommodate those vehicles, and then also the Greenway connection that's coming up. Next project, Van Story at Reese. So this is over in the business park near the DMV. A left turn lane was added before. You just kind of had to turn from the travel lane, but now you have your own left turn lane there. Holbrook Street connection. Again, back over there near Arrowhova, but closer to Aldi's. So if you need to get out from there, you don't have to get on the main road. You can get out the back way and get either straight over to 21 or over to Holbrook Street with this connection. Unlike the last project, was just talking about Van Story at Reese, that was a project from initial start to finish, maybe 12, 18 months, so relatively quick. This one's different. We started on this project over a decade ago. So just gives you a feel for sometimes these projects take a long time. Sometimes we can go ahead and knock them out. But great project, great connection. Next project, sidewalk project, Harvest Point. This is along 115 near the entrance to North Beck Park. So now folks from the Harvest Point neighborhood, they can walk up to the park instead of having to drive. So it's a good connection there. Another connection out on Bud Henderson Road. This is kind of out on the west side of town, just to the west of where Gilead Road makes the turn, there at the new Vance traffic signal. On the north side of the street, so finished sidewalk there just to the west of there. This was the last piece. So if you are near the intersection of Gilead and Bud Henderson, you can walk all the way out to Beatty's Ford Road now. That's about 1.5 miles long connection there. So this was the last piece to put together there on Bud Henderson Road. There's a sidewalk all along the whole north side of that road now. 115 Bellamore. Jackie's going to be over there cheering for this one. Long time coming. We talked about this one for a little bit, but connecting the Bellamore community up to the CVS. There were folks, Bellamore's an age-restricted, I believe, community. Those people that live there may not have transportation on their own. So if they need to get somewhere, they may have to walk or.
With inclement weather, I saw somebody using that sidewalk Tuesday.
Yeah. So if they have to get somewhere, they may have to walk or take themselves there or get somebody to help. But now they have the ability to walk up there. So this is a great connection. Connection down on the south side of 115. This is between the elementary school and the high school. There's a missing segment of sidewalk there. So now you can walk between the two schools. You don't have to walk out in the road or through somebody's front yard. And then the same location, this is one that's been talked about for several years too. There's now a pedestrian hybrid beacon, hawk crossing, whatever you want to call it. So facilitate all the many students and pedestrians that want to cross the street between the high school over to the Brighton development, the restaurants, the Walmart, and everything that are over there. It's great to have that crossing to give folks that safer option to be able to cross the street.
Have we had any feedback on that? You know, has it helped with issues that were happening there that we had heard about before? Chief Vaughn, have you had any?
We were actually pleased with the amount of kids that are actually using that intersection.
Oh, good.
There's tons, and we also have a traffic camera right there also that we can observe and see that everybody's doing that. It doesn't seem to have impacted traffic one way or the other. It's heavy in that area anyhow.
Yep. All right, perfect. Thank you.
And I'll say, we haven't heard anything. That probably means it's working.
Yeah.
I'll just give you the clue there. If it's not working,
We haven't heard anything either, so.
yeah, if it's not working, people are going to be calling. When it is working, yeah, we don't hear anything and haven't heard anything this one.
It looks like you guys are finishing up on Hambright Road. How much longer do you have on that sidewalk project by Hambright and McCoy?
The sidewalk is completely done. We're just waiting on some temperatures to finish some pavement. So it's got to warm up, obviously, before we can do asphalt work. But all the concrete sidewalk portion is completed.
Good, excellent.
You're probably gonna see a lot more of these across town at the various schools.
All right, and this is really a slide for Kevin. This is a resurfacing for last year. Kind of already hit on this one, just the miles of streets that were resurfaced in various locations in town based on pavement condition. If you got questions, Kevin, ask Kevin. Last year. All right, so now I'm going to talk about this. Just finished talking about all the projects that we finished. All right, so what's next? Sometimes you forget about the ones you finished because you're thinking about where the problems are now. So here's what we're currently working on. Some of these projects are in construction, but a lot of them aren't. You may or may not know. You can't just drive by and look and say, yeah, the town's working on that until they get out there for construction. So we've got a bunch of projects here in the hopper. Where are these projects? Just like ones we completed, they're spread out all over town, north, south, east, west. All projects all over the place. Every month, Anthony forwards out kind of a quick hit list here, just a summary of where the status is on each of the projects. That gets forwarded to you. It's a front and the back. Also on there, status of DOT projects, major ones as well. If you want to take a quick look and say, man, I can't remember everything Stephen said here or other times, or if people ask, where's this information? Well, the town on the website, if you scroll down a little bit on the main web page there, it's called Development Projects. It's not really telling you about transportation, but there's a whole tab on that interactive page on transportation projects. This is town projects, this is state projects, this is county greenway projects. Click on here, it's interactive, so you can get more information on that. You really want to dive into it, give us a call. We'd be happy to share that information. Again, another Kevin slide of resurfacing that's coming up. There's a bunch of streets coming up, about 11 miles of streets in various locations in town that are planned to be resurfaced in this upcoming year. Got questions? Kevin. All right, Gibson Park Drive Phase 2. Town's been working on this project a while. It's in construction. What you can't see out there is the Charlotte Water actually is partnering with the town too to replace some of their infrastructure. We talked to them and they said, yeah, we've got problems out here. We want to do some system upgrade. So we're working together Because it'd kind of be silly if the town goes out there and makes it look all nice, and then they come right behind us and tear it all right back up. So working on some water line replacement along here, as well as the town project to widen the road a little bit and then get sidewalk on one side of the street. Hope to finish that project here later as it starts to warm back up. Beatty's Ford at Gilead Road. Did I skip one? Nope. Okay. So Beatty's Ford at Gilead Road. This is out on the west side of town. If you've driven through here during peak times, you weren't going very fast. And this project will definitely help. Adding a traffic signal and turn lanes at the intersection. It's much needed out there. This will not fix the big traffic problem. The big traffic problem is 73. This is going to help here, but you're still going to have to wait until the state does their project up on 73 at Beatty's Ford to really see some impact, big impact out in this area. But this will help. And we've been coordinating with the state, so our project stops and their project kind of picks up from there for the rest of Beatty's Ford. And we're currently in right-of-way acquisition. Actually, I think we're wrapping that up here real soon. So hope to go to construction this summer.
Once that starts, how long will it take to be completed? Because that's where I live, and my neighbors are going to be texting me nonstop asking about it.
Sure. So as we're wrapping up right-of-way acquisition, we have to get some utilities relocated. Hopefully that will only take months. We're hoping. That may depend on how much other stuff they're having to fix from last weekend or this coming weekend or other things, or the DOT projects as well. So hopefully later this year get started, and then 9-12 months duration maybe.
What did you say?
9 to 12 months.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay. I'm going to tell them 12 months.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's from, make sure you tell them that's from the day they start, because
Yeah.
utility could, who knows how long that could take.
Yeah.
Utilities are unknown. I'm not going to keep repeating this over and over, but we can ask the utilities, and we can ask, and that's about the leverage we have. So
A good example is right there in front of Huntsville Elementary. We got one line still remaining on the pole, and that's Spectrum. And they worked at their own pace.
correct. Yep. Next project, Commerce Center Drive. This is back over kind of between the Arahova project and the Holbrook Street project. We're going to make a connection here. This will add north-south connectivity across Gilead Road. So again, if you're at the Aldi's and you want to go to the post office, you have a different way to get there. You won't have to get out on Gilead or 21 to be able to get there. You'll just be able to use the local streets to make your side connections. So we're working on right-of-way acquisition, and if you saw this or remember this from last year, slide's probably exactly the same because we're still trying to get with the post office to get this one done. And then we were also last year waiting on the 21 Gilead project. Design for this project builds on top of what work they were doing. So we had to wait for them to finish, and then now just work with the post office to get that done.
I'll interject on that one real fast. Well, probably what you'll see is we're going to split it into two phases. So while we're waiting on the post office to get ready, we're going to go ahead and build the southern portion, but we won't be able to tie it all the way to Gilead because the signal work. We needed to realign to put the signal in, but we're going to go ahead and start building. You probably see the trees have already been taken down on the piece south of Gilead. So when you see that start, just know that's probably just the south side, and we're still waiting on the post office to be able to complete it.
Yep. Yeah, if you know anybody at the post office, please let us know, and please talk to them. All right. Next project, Farrelltown Parkway. This is in the Walden community, or I guess the northern half of the Walden. So Farrelltown Parkway, from the middle of the community south to Huntersville Concord, is already out there, and actually DOT just recently accepted that. This is the project to finish out that planned connection. This will be another great north-south connector over on the east side of town between Rama Church and Huntersville Concord. Just like what Kevin was talking about with Commerce Center, we're looking to build some of this sooner rather than later. So a lot of the north-south piece, we're hoping to go to construction here this spring, summer. And then with all the extensive utility relocation for the Rama Church piece, hope to get that started next year. Siegel Street between McCord and 73. This will provide a little bit of a parallel system there to 115, just to the east. This project, though, is very heavily dependent on private development. There's a large development that's going in where there used to be a business there. Don't know about their timing, but once they get going, we want to be ready to go so that we can finish out that connection up to 73 once they get their project going. I say planned construction start in the fall, but again, it's really just dependent on that private development. If they're going to continue to delay, then this project will have to wait.
Hey, Stephen, on that, would they, once they start, would they have to put the road in immediately and then do the project, or what's kind of the timing on that?
Yeah, so it'll depend on when the developer wants to do their part. We want to be queued up for that northern connection to be able to go. Brian, you want to give an update on what they're talking about or what they're thinking now?
Yeah, as of last night, originally that was going to be one large warehouse, and they were going to build the road, and we were going to coordinate with them. And they came back with 2 smaller buildings. Last night they just emailed they want to go back to one larger building, so we're going to start the RTF process hopefully next week, get that thing knocked out in a month, and hopefully they can get going again here shortly. But we'll get some more timing and get you guys an update on that.
So again, if they started it with the infrastructure, that is that road going first, and
Get all
or
those in together, so you're probably looking 18, 24 months construction, and we'll just tie into them. Maybe we tie projects. We'll let them coordinate together.
okay,
Do it all at once.
Yep.
thank you.
All right, larger project the town's working on, Gilly Road West. This is one we've been talking about for quite some time. Actually, we've been working on this project for about 10 years now, since the original idea was submitted to get funding. So this widens a portion of Gilead Road, so between McCoy Road and Winfield Creek Parkway. It's 2 lanes today. This project will take it to 4-lane divided, really provide some capacity increases out there. We're currently near the end of right-of-way acquisition. There's not a whole lot of utility relocation as part of the project, so we're hoping that will move through quickly, and then hopefully later this calendar year, start construction. This is not going to be a quick turnaround project. We've got to extend the culvert over the creek, so probably looking at a couple years of construction out here for this project. About half the funds for this project we've been able to secure for reimbursement through CRTPO. And this is just a quick map of just giving you a big picture of where all the projects extend. Beatty's Ford at Hambright. This is over on the west side of town near Hopewell. If you know where Hopewell High School is, just to the south of there. Got a project there to add turn lanes, traffic signal, and do a little bit of stormwater improvement out there now. This project is currently in the utility relocation stage. There were a bunch of overhead lines. AT&T had some facilities out there that had to get relocated. So they're out there moving all their stuff. And then, kind of like these last few projects, hope to get started on actual intersection construction later this year. Beatty's Ford at McCoy, staying out on the west side of town, but to the south, near Lancaster's Barbecue. If you know where that is, that's a landmark out there. Improving that intersection. It's currently a 5-legged intersection. We're going to change it to a more traditional 4-legged intersection. We're currently acquiring right-of-way out there, and then hope to start construction later this fall.
This is that spot where people always end up in that guy's yard, right?
There have been some crashes in the northeast corner. Beatty's Ford kind of splits off to the left, McCoy splits off to the right, and there's a house in between.
They removed this fence.
They get a few folks land there.
He already took his fence down.
Yeah, maybe somebody else help with that.
Yeah.
Yet another project, town's been working on this for a while. We're in the throes of right-of-way acquisition and hope to get to construction later this year. Also out on the west side of town on Beatty's Ford, this is at Bud Henderson. There's already a signalized intersection. This is the entrance to the park and the elementary school there now, just to help with the capacity out there, adding the right turn lane at that intersection. I hope to, just like the last several, hope to get to start construction later this year. Stumptown Road Extension. This is a bigger long-term project. This is one the town's been talking about for probably a few decades now, actually doing. And we're in the middle of the design process. So we're still a few years out from probably getting started on construction. That's a larger project. Just like with the Gilly Road West project, we're getting a bunch of money, eight figures worth for up to that through reimbursement through the CRTPO. So this is a larger project we're working on. It's larger scale. This is not just adding a turn lane or two. This is adding a new rail crossing, removing some rail crossings, extending roads. It's a larger project.
Hey, Stephen, would the red line planning affect that at all?
We're coordinating with them. I guess on their initial or preliminary designs, they're not really far along on their designs yet, but we already have had a coordination with CATS about this project and their rail line, making sure they'll work together.
Are you shutting down 2 other entrances or?
Yeah, 2 other public streets and 4 private connections will have to be removed to get 1 new connection here for Stumptown. Rama Church and Delwood are the 2 public streets that have to be closed, and then there are 4, say, private driveway connections that are in the vicinity of Stumptown Road that'll have to be closed, and new access will have to be provided for all of those homes as part of the project. Yeah, this is not a quick and simple project. This is a
We don't
large-
have Stumptown, that small chunk of Stumptown that we own on the CIP list. We don't have this small chunk of Stumptown between Statesville and Old Statesville on the CIP list?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's a good question. We'll be talking about that, and I'm sure that'll be a discussion point when we start talking about CIP.
Yeah, with the school, there will be improvements that we'll have to do, the town will have to pay for. Even though the school's building a new school, the state statute now makes town and the DOT pay for in that section we own, right, Steve?
That's correct.
So if we own it, whatever improvements are required, we have to pay for it. So that one, we'll try and whether you like it or not.
Would that include like sidewalks or turn lane or?
Turn lanes, sidewalks, whatever is required per the TIA. They'll have to do that. We don't know what's required yet, but they'll do a TIA as part of their project. And whatever is required per that, then ultimately, we will either install or they will install and we will pay them back. Those are things that Stephen and his team and Brian and Kevin will be working through.
Correct. We'll be getting there. Yeah, so more to come on Stumptown. McCoy Hambright, and then also McCoy and McElwain. These are actually 2 different projects listed in the CIP, but they're all over on top of each other, so it's really just one bigger project out there. This is also out there near the new fire station, the new McElwain Park that's coming in. There's new schools out on McElwain, so it's definitely needed there. So what are we doing? We're adding turn lanes and traffic signals at both intersections. Hope to get started on that maybe next year. There are a lot of utilities out there. There's a lot of utilities you can see. There's even more that you can't see that are all going to have to be relocated. So we're in the middle of the utility coordination stage to try to figure all that out, and then hopefully get to start construction sometime next year. Walter Street. So this is more near where Town Hall is located, kind of in the downtown area. Widening and resurfacing, adding some sidewalk to the existing section of Walter Street between Huntersville Concord and 2nd, but then also extending Walter Street up to the new Vermilion development there at Armfield. We're currently in the initial stages of the design with hopeful construction here in a few years. Same general area, Huntersville Concord at Warfield. This project would improve Huntersville Concord, improve the curve. I've got some crash history there at the curve, folks running off the road. There's not a lot of sidewalk, so need to add some ped bike accommodations in this area. Right now, you just kind of have to walk through somebody's yard or out in the road, so definitely want to fix that. So right now, we're figuring out what that solution's going to be in this area. Jumping back out on the west side of the road, Beatty's Ford at Neck Road. Currently, there are no turn lanes at the intersection, so this project would add a left turn lane and then do a little bit of straightening, just a little bit of Neck Road right there at the intersection. We're currently in the design stage with construction start here in a few years. Back to another larger project, kind of in the realm of the Gilead Road West and Stumptown project is our NC 115 McCord to 73 project. NC 115 in this section is currently 2 lanes. This project will take it to 4-lane divided and add multi-use paths on both sides of the road. So a larger scale project. We've got some funds through CRTPO. I would guess the cost of this project is going to continue to go up. This was an estimate from a few years ago, and just like Kevin and everybody else will be talking about, the cost of everything continues to go up. So by the time we get to construction, it'll probably cost more.
Is that why it's so far out in the future? I mean, 31?
Yeah, our guess right now is 2031 for construction. We're just getting started right now on the environmental document. We'll be giving you an update next month, I believe at a town board pre-meeting on this project, and then we have a public input meeting to be scheduled late in February to get folks' input and provide some more information on the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But this is, if you drive through town during peak times, you're probably not moving really fast through this part of 115 during those peak times. So this project will definitely help with that. This project's a landscape project. DOT did improvements out there at 21 and Gilead and then at the I-77 interchange. This project is just to add some landscaping back to the area. It looks kind of bare out there right now. So this project would be to add some landscaping out there around that interchange on the sides of the street and in the medians that are out there. And then up at the McCord roundabout, the developer built a roundabout there on McCord Road for that future development for Siegel Street. This project's just to add some landscaping around that.
Hey, just real quick, back on the 2177. We doing any signage or anything like that? Just strictly landscaping?
Yeah, so far it's just landscaping. That's part of the current project.
Sometimes it interchanges like Rock Hill has.
Are you thinking wayfinding signage and
No,
stuff?
it's like when you go south, like to Rock Hill, as you get off some of their, they've got, welcome to Rock Hill or whatever, something that says welcome to Huntersville or something like that, something that just says.
You're talking about more out on the interchange itself?
Sometimes they'll have it in,
off.
like where that landscape, like you're coming off the ramp, and they'll have not only the landscape, but welcome to.
There, as you come off the interstate.
Yeah, you come, let's say,
up on
come
the ramp.
north on 77, you get off, or south.
Yeah, these areas here are more, up on the islands on 21, up and down
Okay.
21. Is what we're looking at, doing some of the landscape improvements and all that. So that would have to be a separate project if we work with DOT on if there's some type of signage like that.
Okay.
So all this is sort of landscaping those bare
Yeah.
scrub grass areas that are all up along.
Oh, it's beautiful up there.
Yeah.
Are we going to use some of the tree mitigation fund money for these projects?
We haven't decided, but put it this way, it wiped the tree mitigation fund completely out.
Gotcha.
So we may use some, but probably a lot more than that.
All right. Any other questions so far? It's a bunch of stuff. It's all exciting. Everybody's hardly keeping their seats. All right. Townley Road Connector. This is a newer project just getting started on for Burkdale. This will connect Burkdale over to a street which will connect to North Cross. So if you're coming down North Cross, which is being extended up to Westmoreland, if you're coming down that way, you won't have to get out on 73 to get into Burkdale. You'll be able to take Townley Road Connector. This will be another way in and out of Burkdale. We're just getting started, and it's going to take us a couple years. I believe there's a reimbursement agreement with the Burkdale Development.
2.5 million, 500 for design, 2 million for construction. And I imagine Emily would tell us hopefully that obviously Burkdale has been purchased by someone else, but that rolls with whoever purchased it. I'm not seeing any heads up or down, maybe.
Well, the plan notes create a requirement for that on the rezoning plan, so that's a condition. It does, I think, reference in their successors as well, and I think the agreement does too, so.
Rolls over to the next group. All right. This is a project we're just getting started on now. Another one we're getting started on is Gibson Park Drive Phase 3. So Phase 1 is done. Phase 2 is under construction. This would be the remaining part of Gibson Park Drive. Again, just wide a little bit, adding some pedestrian accommodations through there for that area. Then the last project on the currently working on list is Beatty's Ford at McElwain Road. Probably recall some requests out there last year about some crash history. Town did some small enhancements out there, but we're probably the long-term thing is the traffic signal. So we're going to get started on plans for a traffic signal. Construction starts to be determined. We got to figure out how that's going to work, where it's going to lay out before we can decide how long that's going to take to do. So that's all the stuff we're currently working on roadway project-wise, but we're also working on a bunch of sidewalk projects. There's 10 or 12 of those we're currently working on in all spots throughout town. Again, just like the roadway projects, it's all over the place, adding these sidewalk connectors or filling the gaps projects. First big one, Huntington Green. I think this may have been asked about earlier. This is out there along McCoy Road and Hambright. This is actually over a mile of sidewalk that was added out in this area, adding connectivity. And the project is wrapping up construction now. Hopefully soon here once the weather warms up a little bit. But this one's mostly done out there now. Smaller sidewalk connection, kind of near downtown, Greenway Street. Portion of Greenway Street doesn't have any sidewalk on it, so this project would just add that connectivity. Plans are ready, right-of-way is done, utilities are done. It's just waiting on the weather to warm up a little bit so that can be delivered. Covington Crest to Vermillion Village, and really this project and the next one on Huntersville Concord Road near Vermillion, we started looking at each of these and trying to figure out where sidewalk can go. And as we started to look at that, we quickly realized that the intersection of Glendale at Huntersville Concord may need some attention too. So we took a look at that, and probably in the upcoming CIP discussion, it's another one needs a traffic signal, needs turn lanes. So if we put in sidewalk, well, you're going to tear it all up if you do an intersection project. So it probably makes sense to kind of slow down the sidewalk projects a little bit and do something a little more comprehensive out there at the intersection.
Were you talking about putting a traffic signal?
This is at Glendale and Huntersville Concord Road.
Okay.
So just to the, I'd say sort of east of Vermillion Village there. We've taken a preliminary look at the numbers, and based on the traffic volumes and crash history, traffic signals probably warranted there. It's a lot of traffic going through that intersection.
Any thought to one of my favorites, traffic circles?
We could take a look at that. Take a look at that and see if that's.
I hate traffic lights.
Sure, we can take a look at that. Another sidewalk project just further down the street, Kedliston Road connection. We're just calling it Kedliston because that's where you're connecting to, but this is sidewalk along Huntersville Concord. Right now there's a gap on that whole south side there, so this project would add sidewalk along that frontage. This project and the next several projects are along 115. So if you're on 115 and you start walking south, you can see sidewalk ahead of you, but there are gaps. So these next several projects are really filling in those gaps so that you can walk all the way down 115. This particular portion, which is along Dearness Gardens, if you're familiar with where that is, Actually, at an upcoming board meeting, yeah, next week, you'll hear about this as a rezoning planned for those parcels. So this section, it may make sense to just kind of put this one on hold and see what happens with that rezoning project to see if a development gets approved there, then they'll have to put in sidewalk or multi-use path as part of their project. So if the town put it in, they probably tear it out. So it probably makes sense for them, if that's an approved project, for them to just put in that piece. And then really the next pieces are just, again, working down 115 on the west side, filling in all those gaps. So then there's between the Arden development down to Monteith, be a section. And then,
We may have a project that I'm up there.
Okay.
In the next couple weeks.
yeah, so we can put these on hold. If there's gonna be projects that'll build it for us, we may wanna put these on hold. But this is another section here. Then it gets you down to Verhoff Drive. So then if you wanted to walk from Town Hall down to HFFA, again, you put these 3 segments in, you'd be able to do it on sidewalk. And then Lake Norman Charter to Damson Drive, section 1, 2, and then 3. Then once these 3 pieces are in, these are the last ones. You could walk all the way down to town limits at Eastville, Alexandriana. That's about 3 miles, close to 2.5, maybe 3 miles from Town Hall. Once all these are finished. So this is big. More in the central part of town on Ransom Road. Ransom Road that doesn't have any sidewalk. So this project would look to add, I believe, multi-use path on both sides of the street. So that folks that want to walk to the elementary school or down to the Greenway connection, they'll have the ability to do so. Bradford Hill, this is a newer project. I believe this was discussed last year as a project to add so that folks at the church and at the community there on the north side can walk and get to the Greenway. So there'll be a sidewalk on the south side of the road and then an enhanced crossing there across Gilead. All right, that was the 35 or so town projects that we're currently working on. Everybody's got all those memorized, right?
Yep.
Still awake? All right. Well, state has a bunch of projects in town too, and we've been hearing about them for a long time. Just do a quick run through of those. If you got any questions, I can probably answer the general ones. If you got project-specific questions, then I can get you in touch with the folks at DOT, or I can try to get those answered for you. Again, these projects are on the website. You want to know where they are? Take a quick look there. If you want more details, reach out to us. 21 to Gilead. As we know, this one's getting close to wrapping up construction. It's a project that town actually started working on more than a decade ago, and then DOT picked it up, but it's getting close to being done. Same with the interchange. They're pretty much done. They're working on punch list items, kind of final things to get that project wrapped up. North Cross Drive extension, mentioned this one earlier. This is extending North Cross Drive up to Westmoreland and Cornelius, be more local connectivity. It's currently in construction. Their completion date estimate is sometime in 2027. But if you notice the trend on other DOT projects, they haven't been finishing on time. So not sure if this one will or not, but their current estimated completion date is sometime late next year. Asbury Chapel Bridge replacement. This is just south of Huntersville Concord Road before we get to Autumn Crest. DOT is going to replace that bridge. I believe they've posted it. Maybe some weight restrictions out there, so it's having some challenges now. When they go to replace this, they're going to close the road. It's probably going to be closed for a year or so. So just keep that in mind. This is coming up. NC 73 between 115 and Davidson Concord Road, taking the 2-lane road to 4-lane divided. It's a project they're working on. Our current schedule is to get started on construction sometime in 2028. Next, Catawba Avenue. This project is really mostly in Cornelius. Only the very, very southern tip is in Huntersville, but there'll be some impact. Once this 2-lane road goes to 4-lane divided, provide more capacity out in that area. Construction start is currently planned in 2028. US 21 widening between Gilead Road and Holly Point. So where the 21 Gilead project stopped, there'll be another project going north. This will take that 2-lane road, just like all the other ones, going to 4-lane divided, reduce conflict intersections. They're currently wrapping up right-of-way and moving on to utility relocation. If I was to guess, this is probably the next project the DOT has that they'll, major project that they'll get started on construction will be this one. Hopefully get started sometime later next year. 73 interchange, so the state just did the Gilead interchange, and so the only, the other general purpose interchange in town is at 73. Make improvements there. Hopefully get started sometime in 2027. Section of 73 just to the west of there, taking that, that's is already 4-lane divided. This will go to 6-lane divided through there, adding more capacity in that congested area. They're currently wrapping up right-of-way acquisition and then on to utility relocation. Again, same time frame. You notice that if you see the trend, 27, 28 is when all these projects are planning to start construction. It's going to be orange barrels everywhere.
What's your sense of this one getting started in 27?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not in the driver's seat on this.
Yeah.
This is a DOT project.
A good example of North Cross Drive, Stephen talked about before on that, was on the CIP, I think, when I was in Cornelius in 2001. Oh, wow. So 25 years later, you know, well, it may not even be done, it's under construction. And these, all of these have been on the list? 30, 25, 20, 25, 30 years. I mean, it's been a long time.
A long time. Another section of 73. Yeah, another section of 73, just further to the east between Davidson Concord and Poplar Tent. This date's a little bit further out. Currently have this as 2030. If I was to take a guess, this would probably be pushed out further than that, but it is a project they're working on. Same thing, 4-lane divided, reduce conflict intersections. Back to a smaller project, McCoy Road Bridge replacement. This is just near where the police department comes in. They're planning to replace this bridge in 2029. I believe the schedule was a little bit earlier, but it looks like they pushed it out to then. They're just getting started on the design process. Town is coordinating with them to work on getting a greenway underpass under this bridge when it's replaced. So that's something we're actively working with them on, but we're still several years out for
Is
this
that going
one.
to be like, kind of like Asbury Chapel where they'll shut it down?
I would guess so. Detour here will be a little bit shorter. They can go through the business park. Where Asbury Chapel, there's not a great parallel road right next to it, so detours will be quite long for that one. Pedestrian bridge over 73. This is actually wrapped into the 73 project DOT's doing. Town's putting money towards this addition, but DOT's doing all the design work, all the right-of-way acquisition, pretty much everything on that. The town's just footing part of the bill. We've been awarded some CRTPO funds to go towards that project cost.
Mayor wants it to be rusty brown.
No, she does not.
That's not what I remember.
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
I'll write that down. Pedestrian tunnel under 21. So talked about the 21 project the DOT is doing. Again, just like 73 in the bridge, this will be a tunnel under 21 to facilitate pedestrian movement so you don't have to cross at that intersection there at Cookout. But again, this project will be constructed as part of the DOT project. So schedules are the same. 73, Beatty's Ford. Mentioned earlier, the town's doing the project at Beatty's Ford and Gilead. This is the project that's really going to make a difference out there once they get started on construction. Still think they're a few years out. They're still working on right-of-way acquisition. Then there'll be some pretty extensive utility relocation. Then they can get started on this. So we're still several years out before they get started on construction. 21 North Cross to Westmoreland. Most of this is outside of Huntersville. Just the very southern tip is in Huntersville. As you can see, the schedule 2034. So it's out and probably will continue to get pushed out a little bit further. And then even further off into the horizon, 73 on the west side of town, across the river, out in front of the nuclear station. Yeah, there's not even a date. DOT doesn't even have a date on this one yet, but it's in the STIP as starting on the design. All right, so that's all the stuff that folks are currently working on. Here's the stuff in the CIP that we haven't even started on yet. So it's in the CIP list now. So if you flip through your budget book or the budget document online, these projects are listed in there. They haven't been funded yet. This is a list of ones, and maybe even some more potentially added, but these are the ones currently on the list. Where are they? Just like with everything else, they're spread across town. So quickly run through these. If these are ones that you're like, all right, let's get going on this one, then I'm sure Jackie, Anthony, Patty will want to hear that as they start working on the budget. First project up is Maxwell Avenue. So this is out behind New Town Hall. Maxwell Avenue, it's a narrow local street there. It's probably going to get a bunch more travel now that we have a new town hall there. So probably makes sense to upgrade the street, get it resurfaced, maybe widen just a skosh, and then add some pedestrian accommodations along the road. I think there's a few pieces here and there, but it'd be good to have continuous sidewalk along that street. Church Street between Holbrooks and Delwood. This is actually a project that we started on several years ago and put on pause for, I believe, the small area plan or Pottstown area plan that was done. So if this is a project the board wants to pick back up and get started on, it's still on the list. We were most of the way through design when we put it on pause. So if that's something you want to pick back up, then we can do that. Same with David Kinney Farm connection. So town worked on a project actually to add a roundabout along Burkdale Commons Parkway to connect David Kinney Farm. I believe that's the Breckenridge community. Is that correct, Kevin? That's out there. They currently only have one way in, one way out to 73, which will get restricted with the 73 project. This project would give some additional connectivity out there, add pedestrian accommodations at the intersection. That's what this project is. So if this is one you want to pick back up, we can do that. Church Street realignment to Walters. So this project would realign Church Street over to line up with Walters Street. With the Main Street project, Church Street was restricted to right in, right out on both sides with a median. As part of that, this would realign it over to Walters to give it back that connectivity, and then add a connection over to Warfield. So this is a local connectivity project. Burkdale Commons Extension Irvin Cook. This is probably one you've heard about. We've applied for CRTPO funds to go towards the project. Actually, this past year, or in the current CRTPO request, and also the previous one. We got awarded about $400,000 towards design last time. Looks like this time we're going to get the rest of the request that we made, which is another $3.2 million. So this is a project the town wants to move forward with. We've got a little over $3.5 million of somebody else's money. If you want to move forward with it, now would be a good time. If you don't want to do it, then we need to let CRTPO know so they can use those funds elsewhere. Just south of there. So the last project was extending Irvin Cook Road south from the subdivision and then connecting to Burkdale Commons. Well, then there's a gap. The gap's smaller, but extending that Irvin Cook down to the south, then you'd have another parallel route there to Gilead Road. This would give some increased connectivity out in that area and also to Burkdale Commons extension. Again, just more connectivity. There's also would gain access to the county park property that's out there too. I believe the county has talked about a master plan of an active park out there. This would definitely help towards that. And then the southern section, there's a new subdivision under construction right out there now. This project would really just finish the rest of the system for Irvin Cook Road. Greenway Street between Watkins and 115. So with the new apartment development and townhouses that went in next to Town Center, this project would just upgrade Greenway Street out to 115. Right now, that's kind of a little tight, narrow, not walk out there, so this project would improve that section of street. Hambright at Mount Holly, Huntersville. This has been on the list for a while. There's several developments. I believe there's 3 that are still left that have committed improvements out here. It may be good to just wait, continue to hold on this one, see what all the developments do out there, and then come out with a project to do the rest. This is one that's been on the list for a little bit. Holbrooks Road between 115 and Central. We talked about some sidewalk projects on the west side of 115, but this will be an intersection improvement project there at Holbrooks and 115. Traffic volumes out there, it's pretty close to needing a traffic signal there. If you try to make a left out of Holbrooks onto 115 during peak times, it's tough. I see some head nodding going on back there. So yeah, it's tough. So it's getting tough to be able to make those movements. So this project would definitely help that out. Also adding sidewalk out there too. This is a project that looks simple, but will take some time because of the proximity to the railroad. We're gonna have to coordinate with the railroad, do a road project, you do a traffic signal, either way. We're gonna have to coordinate with the railroad on this project. So it won't be quick. So if you're thinking of doing something, probably a good idea to go ahead and get started because it's gonna take some time to do. Beatty's Ford at Cashin Road, kind of similar to the Beatty's Ford at Neck project. This would just add turn lanes out there at the intersection, make it safer for folks to get out of the way for making turns at the intersection. Same thing at Stevens Road. Just make turn lane improvements. Last couple projects are more in the downtown area. This would be near future Red Line Station. Red Line Station is planned at Huntersville Concord and Main Street. So if you think about your street network that's around there, what may be needed for buses or vehicles that may need to park or drive or circulate around there, First Street and then also Second Street. Taking a look at those and, again, just doing kind of what we're doing with Walter Street. Widen the street a little bit, add curb and gutter, add sidewalks, pedestrian accommodations out there to make those streets better.
Are any of those, I can't remember exactly, we've got 2 projects that are approved through there. Any
Yes.
of those streets being improved as a part of that?
The portions of them are as part of those projects. They're doing it along their frontage, but there'll still be gaps between there. So we take what they're doing, fill in the rest of the gaps, and make it a complete block worth of project.
Would it be a good idea to do it in conjunction when they do theirs, or does it make any difference?
Sure, we could do it with them or after. I wouldn't say go in and do it before, but I'd say go in and do it during or after they're done with theirs.
I think doing it with them would be.
Yeah,
that's what people done it once, yeah.
Yeah, not before, because they'll tear it up.
All right. You got all that memorized?
Yes.
Perfect.
Is there a test?
Yes. It'll be a test. And
Hopefully it's
Jackie has a
multiple guesses.
spreadsheet for
That's
that
what it
too.
is, a test.
So, I believe it's called CIP. So I'm sure that's another
Man,
discussion
how long a
topic.
break you want?
I don't know. Jackie said you want to walk. How long do you want to walk, Jackie?
10, 15 minutes, make some phone calls, do whatever you need to do.
How about we do 15?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you very much.
See you back
Thank
here
you,
at
Steve.
10:45. Yep.
Can you go back to slide 3?
Everyone back live, everybody?
I've been in trouble since I've
Coming
been a
back from
kid.
a break, Larry's up, IT update. Who's running the IT? Larry's giving a few.
So I only have 40 slides, so we can go through this pretty quick. I think Trot had about 100, so I just have about half that. So we'll go through general updates, projects, camera update, quick camera update, and basically a support what we kind of do on the 30,000-foot view, and additional staff that we need because of additional workload, technology. So we completed our upgrade to Windows 11. So we upgraded all the machines in the town, 300 plus machines. Microsoft stopped supporting Windows 10 around October. So we had to upgrade everything to the latest version. So we did accomplish that. That did take about eight months or so to coordinate and get everybody updated. So that's done. In the past calendar year, we had 1,982 tickets, close to 2,000. I'm sure we'll surpass that, taking on additional departments this year, 10% increase roughly. And that's just more people, more tickets, more technology, more tickets. Also, we played a critical role in the transition to the new town hall. We were fortunate to sit on the committee initially, so that was helpful. All the data, all the AV, access control, we were responsible for that. We also transitioned all the technology from town center, all staff's technology from town center, town hall to the new town hall. We were able to accomplish that by the end of the year. So we got everybody settled in from a technology standpoint.
Great job on that, by the way.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. Team effort. The guys worked hard to do that, so I want to thank those guys for doing it. Also, we continue to partner with different departments. Projects are always coming up, with the police, CMPD, and just different departments. Public Works with the Pub Works upgrade that they want to push stuff to the cloud, and potential ERP migrating to the cloud. So we constantly have revolving projects throughout the year. Some CMPD throws stuff on us all the time, so without our PD's knowledge or anything, they'll come up with a project and they'll want it done in 3 months. So that happens all the time.
Help them understand when you say CMPD, why would we be dealing with CMPD?
Yep, so CMPD, they dispatch for our police department. So all your CAD, all your 911 calls go to Charlotte. So we have a connection with those guys. So when our officers are in the car, their MTT connects to Charlotte. So KB Cops is the software they use. So when they enter reports and all that stuff, even with our K9, they have software that all reports, so it all connects to Charlotte. So we work closely with Charlotte on just software and different applications. So I apologize, I failed to mention that. So camera update, we support all the cameras around town. So we have traffic cameras, 105 roughly of those, 164 security cameras. Security cameras are typically in the building, so in buildings, in parks and stuff like that, so parks and greenways. So we have cameras at all our parks, entrances. We still need to add I think this year we'll probably add roughly around 50 cameras. We'll add more traffic cameras, and we have some cameras we need to add in various parks that Michael J. Cox requested that we have funded for. So when the weather heats up a little bit, and we'll start knocking those out. And then roughly 5 LPR cameras, and this does not include flock cameras. So flock is what the PD uses. Flock is a self-sustainable camera. Think if you guys ever seen the Arlo camera, it kind of looks like that, but it has solar, and those guys kind of lease those out, so they'll put those at egress places like that. The 5 LPR license plate cameras that we have are
and like the parking deck coming out of North Neck Park and stuff like that, they're within our facilities. And Flock is normally, Chief Vaughn could speak to this more, but they're all over town. They're in Burkdale, they're in, I think they have partnerships with all these various companies, so they're all throughout town. So they're a little different.
Tell me the difference between, well, Flock and LPR, what are they used for?
On the Flock, on the LPR for Flock, I got a couple slides about that, but it helps us develop investigative leads on cases. It's a collection service that collects license plate data, but it's just the license plate number itself. It's nothing about the person specifically, and we're not storing those things forever. It's not that aspect of things. So I get into that some more later in my presentation about what Flock is.
Cool.
Right.
Larry, random pop question in front of a group and streaming it.
Sure.
Ballpark, how many cameras are at New Town Hall?
Probably 20-ish. We still have a few more to put up in the parking lot. So we have them in stairwells and egress places like that, entrances and things of that sort for security reasons.
I'm sorry, I have a question. and
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this is for IT or maybe police, but are we looking to enhance security at Town Hall, maybe like with metal detectors or anything? Has that been a discussion or even brought out?
We're set up for that, but when we were doing the building, because at that time, we'll say 3 years ago, some of the facilities have obviously where you, sort of, when you walk in Met County, you know, the facility was you walk through. We set up for that the way we designed the building and storage for those units off to the right, but we have not purchased any of those units to move forward with yet. Is that a fair statement, Larry?
Yeah, that's correct. We have storage for those, and we anticipate that eventually that will come. So it's just like Anthony said, it's just a matter of purchasing them and
There are
deploying.
employees who will bristle when we talk about enhancing security at New Town Hall because the key fob system, we don't have people moving floor to floor the way we used to have. So when you used to be able to just walk down to somebody's office, you can't necessarily do that anymore. And so the key fob system is fairly, it's much more involved than it was. And so we're still finding our way getting used to that. We have time of day restrictions and we have weekend restrictions. And so not just anybody can come and go at any time of day and can't get to, even directors can't get anywhere in the building like on the weekend. And so we restrict pretty hardcore with the key fob system at current town hall. Anybody want to endorse how awesome the key fob system is?
So that's a.
Jackie, we run into your key fob system, I know.
I mean, ultimately, you can't go, the only door you get in is that first door. I mean, yeah, you take a rock, try to throw it through, but, you know, if you come in, that first door is all you can get through without fobbing through. We can lock down the double doors, but we did set up like those double doors there, if we ever wanted to go to some type of system where we could put in metal detectors to walk through. So we sort of set up the way we did.
What would be the trigger to go to system like that?
If the board said that's what we want, but it gets into, you know, obviously we probably have to have some policies and things in place to address that. I'm sure Emily would say we need to, you know, figure out how we sort of work through that. You gotta have someone, you know, you have people, whether it's winding people or whether it's
Yeah.
a system you walk through.
Like the
There's all
government
sorts
center
of-
downtown that.
There's
I
all
guess
sorts of systems that are out there. And I'm sure there are policies and laws related to what you can and can't do. So we would have to think through all that. But we do have a much enhanced, what I would say, security system just by the fob system. I mean, Larry can lock it down minute by minute to, you know, basically where none of us can get in the building and go anywhere. So it just, that is much improved.
Okay. Thank you.
And it was locked down this past Monday, weather related. I mean, it's fairly sophisticated how much control we can have over who can go where, and we've deployed the devil out of that.
Okay.
Even
Thank
if we
you.
put a metal detector in there, we need someone to monitor it.
Okay. I'm sure we'll have staff or, I mean, if necessary. That was just a thought.
That's a good question.
Yeah, and I guess we've also had discussions, check in, check out, similar to like, if you ever visit your kids at the mayor knows this at schools. You know, you scan your license, you check in, check out with meetings, and
And even if you got through, let's just say, one of the mayor's friends, I don't know, coming to meet me in the building. They can't go anywhere in the elevator, they can't.
Right.
You gotta have a key fob or something just to even get up to the floor. You can, you know, if you got in the building, you can go to first, second floor, but you can't just go up the elevator. So, you know, we're using different technology to even if you have a meeting with someone, you've gotta get access to go. Either that person gotta come down and get you, either gotta give you a key fob or some type of temporary pass. So it's super complicated but good.
Does Ginger at the front have a way, like a panic button, so to speak, like if somebody came in and was threatening the way to get 911 there or get PD there fast?
right, we have a panic button, so we'll deploy that here for Ginger at the front desk and also on the second floor where planning is as well. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll get those deployed out to them. But yeah, they'll both have panic buttons,
Perfect.
similar they did at Town Center.
How would the panic button work? Does it just go to the cops, or does it go?
So
Okay.
there's multiple ways that we can design it. So we'll meet with, you know, management and Chief Vaughn, and depends on how they want to do it. I mean, it's, you know, it can go straight to 911, but I mean, we all know if it goes straight to 911, there may be a delay. So it most likely would go to the PD, watch commanders and the PD, and sends alert to those guys so they can get there pretty quick.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it like locked down the building or.
Oh, yeah. So it's a whole scenario. So typically when you hit the panic button, you know, all the doors lock down, which in this case, most of them are anyway. So the doors will lock down. So it'll keep everybody contained, and then staff can be alerted.
And we have
as well.
emergency management plans for the building, you know, from a fire alarm to, you name it.
So I assume our officers, HPD, they can get in, right?
Right. Yeah. Once the panic button hits, they'll be able to fob in to the building because the whole building will be locked, so they can fob in.
They park at 2 floors.
Because you put them on like an exception list, even though it's locked down, they'll have the exception of being able to fob in.
But even, like I say, internal staff doesn't have free reign of the building for various reasons. But, so it's even locked down internal of where folks can go, just on a regular basis.
And is there, like, I'm sure that the emergency management, there's a security plan that says, like, if somebody's in the building, where you go to hide or
Yeah, we have,
whatever?
I'm just picking on the fire plan. Yeah, I guess we had
We already had our first round
had
today.
first drill the other day. I think I was already outside, thank goodness. I was maybe not in the right spot, but I was already outside. But, so we have plans for all those. It will be David, I can't even think now last name. David Moore, who worked for fire department, Charlotte, is working through all those plans with staff and.
Similar to those cybersecurity emails that we get from Larry, please tell me that you're doing those, because we talked at a retreat one time and somebody wasn't doing theirs. We got one like overnight last night. Yeah, I think I
Yep,
got one.
I saw it.
Right.
Similar to those, we have, employees have to sign off on the emergency action plan for New Town Hall. I've signed off on mine. I think there's a couple of people in the room I got notices have not done theirs yet.
That's me.
And so should the board get trained on those emergency management procedures?
We lock you out, so.
Well, but we might be there.
We probably need to make sure we check in on that.
Okay,
We'll bring you in and make you do the fire drill.
that's fine.
That'd be good.
That's fine.
No, but, I mean, we've seen some public meetings that have gone a little astray.
Right.
So, you know, Tuesday night meeting could get ugly.
We move you in front.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, yeah. Well, I mean, like. I
Vaughn
have
hides in the back.
a direct line of sight for everybody, so that's awesome. Okay.
I'll move on to the next slide. So kind of a support update. As you guys know, IT staff, we support All town board planning meetings, anything that's including in streaming technology support, we're there to help support those meetings, planning, town board. You know, we have over 325 laptops, desktops, and then we have patrol MBTs, so all the patrol printers and that's in the cars, and their laptops in the cars. We support all those. Multiple servers. We have a pretty complex backup infrastructure. Nowadays with all the cyber attacks and no one's ever 100% safe, but we try to do our best based on just different levels. We try to have multiple backups in multiple places, and for that very reason. We manage over nearly 400 mobile devices, iPads, iPhones, wireless gateways, MiFi devices, Cradle Points in all the cars. So we're constantly managing those. Also, anything like all the Zoom technology, phones, virtual technology, cybersecurity infrastructure, end user training, access control, security cameras, and all that. We manage and facilitate all that technology, and just based off of, you know, just to help balance daily support and public safety, we're looking at adding additional staff to help based on the growth that we've had in the past, and then also potential growth that we're looking at. Laura will speak to more on that, but I know Electricities is coming. I believe they have SCADA systems and all that, a little different technology than we've worked with in the past. So there's a lot of technology with Electricities coming that we'll have to support as well. I think that's the end of my slides. You got any questions?
Great job.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I think Laura's up next.
And we moved around a little bit. We've moved Laura up front. Typically, we probably would have her towards the last day because we're talking people and all that. So she may steal some folks' thunder because we had to move around and adjust a little bit for MJ because he was running a little bit behind due to flights, et cetera. He couldn't get back in time. So if you see, hey, this department may be looking to add people, she's going to be stealing a little bit of their thunder, but we just had to do a little bit of adjustment last minute.
Or the other option is I just stick with the very basics and let everybody keep their thunder. So good morning. Before I go into my slideshow, I realized that I did something this year that I haven't done in past years. I don't have a single employee picture in my presentation. And that is unfortunate because without all of the people in this room and all of the people that are in Huntersville, our employees who are out there responding to emergencies, plowing roads, you know, planning streets, doing all of the things that you are looking at funding, they're not going to be done. So I just want to point out again how important the people in our organization are for providing all of the services that you want to the public. So I'll go into numbers. And now I was going to make a joke, and I'm just going to do it now. Imagine if we didn't have an employee like Jackie with the enthusiasm to talk to you about a spreadsheet that I know I do not have. So my presentation, I didn't do a table of contents. It's basically similar every year. I start with a little snapshot of where we are from an employment perspective and what that looks like. I talk a little bit about big projects, and then I also talk about any recruiting, retention kinds of things that we may be doing, and then end with what we're looking at in the future. So this is a quick snapshot of where our employees are in each department. The first column, budgeted, those are the budgeted positions that we have. And so right now we're at 283 budgeted full-time positions. The next column is how many people we actually have in each department. So you've heard a little bit about Kevin's fully staffed. You can see down there he's got 29 funded positions, and he's filled 29 positions right now. Part-time positions are a little bit different. We don't budget those by person. Generally, those are budgeted by dollar amount. So the two departments that have the majority of part-time positions, as you can see, are Fire and Parks and Rec. They estimate how many resources they need, how many people that they'll need for that, and then their numbers may flow throughout the year, just depending on what they have going on, if that makes sense. I can talk a little bit about the positions. So in admin, the two positions, right now we're down a communications position that was intended to be hired mid-year this year. We also have a IT help desk position that we're currently filling in a temp agency, through a temp agency or an IT agency. That was important for Larry to be able to make that transition quickly as we were moving into new town hall, not to have to go through that process because he had an unexpected transition of an employee. Good for him.
And we just made the offer on the communications specialist, I think. I use that term, I don't know if it's specialist, but communications person. So hopefully he or she will accept and we'll fill that one ASAP.
Engineering is fully staffed, fire is fully staffed. Parks and Rec, as of last week, is fully staffed. Planning, we'll talk a little bit. They have the arborist position, but their two positions also were mid-year ads from last year, so it's the arborist position and code enforcement technician. So they are down one more position. This changes day to day, unfortunately. Police department, Chief Vaughn will talk a little bit about where they are on those. So down some sworn position and some non-sworn positions. I will let him talk through where they are with recruiting and offers out that they have for those positions. And we already talked about Public Works. Any questions? So the next thing I talk about, just a quick snapshot of what our turnover looks like. You can see that right now we had 31 hires. Last year we had, for the whole fiscal year, 31 hires. So we are doing a good job of getting people in, and hopefully reducing the number of separations that we have. So right now, this year, our turnover rate is 7%. This time last year, we were at 8%. So that's good. And keeping in mind that that includes that we've added positions. Overall, last year, we ended at 13%, which is an increase, and we know we had some issues. The national average is about 13%, and so we're not off track. I would say we would ideally like to be under 10%. So 2 years ago, I got a little bit sensitive and I added at the bottom of this part-time ads and terms, because while we don't always talk about it, it can be an impact on us. Like Larry, we're behind the scenes. We're doing a lot of the things to get people onboarded, to off-board people, and so this year's not quite as exciting of a number as 2024, but we're at 6 part-time hires and 14 separations. This is just a little more detail by department where we are. Same thing, budgeted positions, how many people have left in this fiscal year, so turnover rate by department this fiscal year compared to last year. And then the additional information on this is where we are with current vacancies. I think there's no surprises here.
Hey, Laura, I'm sorry, the separations in this one, those are just total, including like people who retired?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Might be nice to see that, because if you look at some of these, you say, oh, well, police department had 12 separations, but how many were retirees? I mean.
Mm-hmm. So one retiree this fiscal year in the police department, I can tell you that. Unfortunately, we had 2 officers lose their life this year, so that's something, it's devastating for us and for the police department and obviously their families. There are some things that, that are in that separation number that maybe aren't as accurate from a
to
turnover,
give a better
a
picture.
voluntary turnover
Yeah.
or even an involuntary turnover. Yeah. So, big projects. You've heard a little bit about Electricities. So in August of this last year, the board approved termination of the operating agreement for the electric distribution system, which is currently handled by Electricities. Anybody can jump in that they want. This is something that used to be an internal function for the town of Huntersville. We got to a point where we felt like we needed some help, and Electricities started managing that for us, and now we're bringing it back in-house. We say control of our destiny, to be able to have a little more hands-on approach to managing that function. So for the last 5 months, a group of us have been meeting regularly, both internally and with Electricities, to figure out how is this gonna work? What are we gonna do? Total operation, we believe we're going to need 23 employees to manage the system for us. I have them broken out, what we'll call line in service, so that's your line workers, your crew leaders, the director, operations manager, your utility, locator positions, those kinds of positions. A warehouse, I'm trying to think of all the positions that are included in that. And the readers. And then what they call now the business office side, which is your customer service reps, your AP, your billing positions. We're gonna split those, so it won't all be one department. It will be a separate electric department that's got the line in service, and then the others will roll up under Patty in finance. And the 17 and 16, that shows you where the positions are split. Right now, Electricities, I will say, we have some vacancies. And so I think right now they have 15 regular full-time employees, and then they have probably 3 or 4 temp employees that are working for the organization. We went to all of the regular full-time employees and said, if you want to come work for us, let me rephrase that. We said, we want you to come work for us. If you would like to come work for us, here is an offer. We're offering you the same position that you currently have as your regular full-time position at the rate that you currently have, plus any adjustments that we think might be made over the next 6 months for whatever reasons that they may have going on. Of those, we have, I have to double check, 9 who have confirmed that they will come over. There's a big difference between 9 and 23, so we have some work to do here. Right now, we have a recruitment out for the electric services director and the electric operations manager. Once we have those on board, we will start to figure out exactly how the flow of the remaining positions will go. We are working with Electricities still. They are taking lead on the line worker positions that are vacant right now. They have a particular expertise in hiring those positions, and we want to take full advantage of their expertise in that realm. In addition to this, Larry mentioned it, there are a lot of other pieces of this transition that we're continuing to work through. For me, some of that is benefits. How are we going to transition their benefits so there's no loss of coverage for these employees to come over to us? Looking at policies, looking at SOPs, looking at all of those different things, looking at contracts to make sure everything gets carried over. So there's a whole lot more detail associated with this that maybe other people will speak about a little bit, but that's where we stand with Electricities.
So controlling your own destiny is a double-edged sword, right? And so we knew the transition was gonna occur. How many people are excited about going to work for an employer when they know that's not gonna be their employer in less than 6 months? And so I'm not sure all of this is completely unexpected. There are areas of the people who have agreed to come to work for us, who it's very comforting to us that will continue ongoing operations. And Electricities has been very cooperative. We will continue, our relationship with Electricities, the Municipal Power Agency number 1, has 19 member agency cities. And as we discussed when the decision was made in August to break away, it's more traditional of those 19 member agency cities that the municipality manages this function themselves. Have we done it in 30 years directly? No, because we had the contract with Electricities. And so calendar 2026 will be a transition period, and we would ask our patients, think about what happened this weekend. Very concerned about a storm. Thankfully, far less than it could have been. The employees who are reporting are continuing to report, and that's what we expect. There are mutual aid agreements in place. We look forward to a cooperative continuing of operations and advancing our electric distribution system this year.
We have a number of other pieces through contracts. Like we did our on-call contract for electric engineering service. That will continue. We've got our underground contract with Huss Boring. We expect to extend that so they continue working on their projects and new developments, installing infrastructure. We've got a number of pieces that will continue and will help us kind of keep going. And Jackie mentioned the storm. There is a crew working on a project with this Cornelius substation. It'll take them at least the next few months. We were able to get them on call for any storm relief. There are a lot of resources, whether we're 9 out of 23 or whether we're 23 out of 23. There are a lot of resources that are out there. I will just kind of warn us all, for Electricities, it's going to be the case for us. Hiring linemen is going to be a challenge. Keeping linemen is going to be a challenge. That is something that we'll continue to talk about. And just to kind of prepare you guys, when we can move Cornelius out of our shared yard, we still don't have a ton of space, but it will help. There's a variety of materials, equipment, things we need to order. And in the electric field, it's not like hours and days to get things. It's weeks and months to get things. Sometimes it's 48 to 60 months to get some of the equipment and materials that we need for jobs. The electric fund will fund it, but there could be probably some big ticket items coming as we continue to shore up and get ready to serve.
This may be an obvious question, but the challenges of hiring linemen is it pay, is it lack of, what's the challenge?
I think it's probably all of the above. It's a tough job, and I think in sort of the public side, we're not sending people all over for kind of endless overtime and hours. I think that is some of the challenge, and then sometimes it's just the nature of the work and what they're doing. They might want something that's maybe a little more exciting than just everyday in the town.
Duke and Indiana will be competing within, just locally.
Yeah.
Duke and Indiana, but all these other towns that have it too, so.
And it's not unlike what Kevin said about competing with the private sector. It's tough, and sometimes they'll just pay more.
And I think part of it too is pipeline, yeah.
The pipeline. So.
Pipeline, yeah. Not as many people maybe in the trades industry as much, and whether or not this is one of those industries that has kind of gone out of favor, making sure that we can build partnerships with the colleges that have those programs still in effect. Trying to, just like we do with BLET and the police cadets, trying to figure out where those people are and, are there options for us to do something unique maybe to bring them in. Pay is always going to be an issue. Benefits are always going to be an issue. We have to think creatively.
Well, and just some of the work that's been done on our transformer at the old town hall, just looking at the size of the gloves they're putting on to go touch and work on that stuff. That's it's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure going into some of that.
It is appropriate that we pause during the HR presentation about adds to positions. Think about the last 3 years and the number of functions and departments we've added. So fire is appreciably different. Having an electric function is appreciably different. And so the support departments, finance, HR, and IT, eventually adding 50 full-time positions, you're going to feel that in the workload of the support level departments, and that's a recurring thing here.
But I think we'll do fine, you know, we're at 9 people now. Like Jackie said, some of them are filling out, you know, what are the options? So we will increase that, and to be honest with you, we'll take from some other towns, because it'll be much more attractive to work here. So we will start to make some headway in the coming months.
I'm very encouraged by the number of people who say to us that it makes the most sense to them to remove that layer of insulation of having somebody else manage your system for you, and you taking ownership of it and responsibility for the decisions that get made there. There are an awful lot of people who say there's a reason there's a more traditional model among the 19-member agency cities in the West where we are that manage their own system.
And you said our compensation for electricity's employees was pretty much in line with the other areas?
So, I would say yes. We are relying on Electricity's modeling for that. They do regular compensation studies, and so I think they have been very vocal, and I do want to say thank you to Electricities. They have been very open and honest with us during this transition. But they have tried to stay at market with acknowledgement of who they're competing with for their pay rates. So we transitioned those pay rates. We didn't change them to match what we think maybe our market study would show. We've kept them in line with what Electricities recommends that we do.
They didn't just look at towns, they look at the private sector. They look at EU, they look at Duke.
Okay,
They
good.
have to.
Yeah,
And
oh, yeah.
So probably the same thing when pulls over, you know, to us. We won't just look at Statesville or Pineville or whoever. You know, we're gonna have to look at
We've
them.
used different terminology, using the example of the police department. Police officer 1 and 2 and 3 are an intermediate certificate or an advanced certificate, or a senior police officer and a master police officer. We have a career development plan in PD, and we've discussed with Electricities. They have one that they recommend. Those employees, it's pretty smart that we continue to give them hope that as you obtain this certification and this number of years of service, there's an opportunity for you to advance through a PACE system too.
And I know we talked about this a while back, but I assume we're probably through our communications people putting together an education program for our customers, and we'll quit calling Electricities and Huntersville Electric.
There are communications discussions. I think there's an IT meeting next week. I mean, every facet of it is we're staying in touch with them and figuring out how we think we need to deploy this in July.
But we have not, you know, pushed out to the public yet, you know, in mass communications that I'm aware of.
No, but I mean, we've got to,
We will.
as we get closer to that
Yes.
July 1st date. Okay.
Absolutely.
We
Pam's
have
on-
a spreadsheet with lots of items on it. That's one of them, yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
So, retention and recruitment and retention, what are we doing? We talk about pay, we talk about benefits. What are we doing to stay in line with other organizations to make sure that we're doing the most we can to support the employees that we have, and hopefully they don't want to go anywhere else, and to attract new employees. So we're excited. We did win. We were a winner of the 2025 Healthiest Employers this year. It's a big application process, so we're pretty excited about that.
Thanks to Jackie, she's getting working on 2026 right now.
But we continue to look at our benefits. What can we do? I heard Kevin and Stephen both say costs are increasing. Costs are increasing in healthcare. If you haven't heard, healthcare costs are increasing. Pharmacy costs are increasing. Claims utilizations increasing, which means that our premium is continuing to increase. We have done some things over the past few years to help minimize the impact to employees of those premium increases. This year we did have a rate increase that transferred over to employees. What are other things that we can do? If we can't keep continuing to hold that steady, what are some other things? And that may be looking at different options we have with some of our ancillary benefits. One example that I can think of, every year at open enrollment, we go out to the departments to help employees sign up for benefits. We have an accident plan. It is an additional benefit that employees can elect to have. I will tell you, almost every building we walk into, we sit down with an employee who says, oh yeah, my kid had to go to the urgent care for this accident, or I slipped on the ice and I had to go because I twisted my wrist and I had to have x-rays. And they forget that they have a benefit. They forget that they have that accident benefit. And so I can't go out and remind everybody, I don't know every time somebody needs, has that trip, but there are some programs out there that can help to bridge that communication from that ancillary benefit of the accident insurance to the health program so that I don't have to file a separate claim to get that benefit. And that might be $500 that I would be getting back. That's gonna help me toward my out-of-pocket for a deductible or out-of-pocket max, whatever it is associated with that or other needs that come up because of that. That's a benefit for employees. So looking at things like that we may be able to use to help bridge the gap between what employees pay from a premium perspective and what they're paying out of pocket for those healthcare expenses. The other thing, we talked a little bit for different reasons about policy review, some things that we've talked about looking at bereavement leave. Right now we allow 3 days of bereavement leave. That means if my spouse passes away, I have 3 days and then I start using vacation or sick time. Yes, we've done great things for employees to increase the amount of vacation time they have, but I don't think any of us here will say 3 days is enough for me if my spouse passes away or my child passes away. So looking at, maybe we have 3 days for certain relatives, but 5 days for others, looking at some things like that. And I think these are the kinds of things that I see other organizations are continuing to focus on, because we can't continue always to focus on pay. I mean, we continue to watch it, but we can't always make the adjustments that we might like to. Parental leave is one, paid parental leave. Right now, if you have a child, you adopt a child, and you want to take time off, again, it's your sick and vacation that you're using to take that time off. Many organizations have paid parental leave, which I would say averages right now about 6 weeks of paid leave. So you're not using your sick or vacation, you have those 6 weeks. If you're FMLA eligible, it's still part of that 12-week period, but that's another option that we have talked about in the past. I think this year we had 7 employees who had children. So it's not a huge number, but that doesn't mean that it's not still a good benefit, especially our average employee age is 39. So we've got young people who are building families, maybe even older people who are building families, and that's something that we can look at.
So you currently have no, parental leave or?
It's just FMLA. So FMLA always allows 12 weeks if you're eligible for birth and bonding, whether it's an adopted child, foster care, or birth. Yep. But yeah, you're using your sick or vacation.
Yeah, I
for
think
that time.
parental leave would be huge, because I've had a couple of female officers to approach me about parental leave, and it would also help with recruiting.
Yeah. And that's another one where we look at ancillary benefits too. In some situations, you can use short-term disability to offset the amount of leave that you have to use, but you still, if you want to get to your 100% of gross, probably still are going to use some leave. It might minimize that, but figuring out ways that we can layer some of those things is important.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do we offer EAP services?
Yes.
As well? We do offer that. Okay.
Yep, we have McLaughlin Young is our primary EAP, but then also through our health insurance, they have a separate EAP, so there are multiple options.
And do you know specifically with counseling services, how many are free for our employees to use? Is it a certain amount, I know for certain employers, it's like 6 that,
So our program allows 6 visits per employee or family member per year per issue. So
Okay.
if I have a parental issue, like I'm having issues with taking care of mom that I need to go talk to someone about, but then later I have issues with maybe my child is, or whatever it is, those are 2 separate issues, so you would get 6 for each. And in instances where they believe that that issue can't be resolved or addressed within that 6 sessions, they try to coordinate with our insurance to make sure that we can get a referral that will take our insurance for a more long-term solution.
do we also have a tuition reimbursement program?
We do, that's not on here, but that's a great one to add.
Okay.
We have tuition reimbursement, right now it is $2,000 per calendar year, or per fiscal year. That's one that we would look at potentially increasing the tax, free portion of that, I think, is up to a little over $5,000 a year that we could offer before we have to start taxing employees for it. So moving that to $5,000 would be a good option for us. I think we probably have 2 to 4 people a year take advantage of it, so it's not gonna be a huge impact,
Right.
but for those employees who are wanting to continue to seek education and maybe will later be able to move within the organization, that is a great benefit.
Thank you.
Returning employees, sometimes people leave and realize that they didn't know what they had. And that could be someone that's a quick turnaround, they leave and come back within the year. But we also have employees that may leave for 3 years or 5 years. What this is referencing is how do we treat those employees when they come back? What do their years of service look like with us for things like longevity, leave accruals, those kinds of things? Looking at that and seeing if there's a way that we can maybe entice people to come back by saying, hey, you know, there are some things maybe that won't be exactly the same, but there are some things that we can kind of bring you back where you were. And I would say we just continue to look at, are there other things that we could be doing to better support our employees, whether it's through benefit elections or policy changes. So this is some of the thunder stealing. This is what we have projected, first column budgeted where we are right now, 283 positions. Projected ads. Some of these, I would say, don't necessarily have a direct cost increase. Electricities, we're already paying for at least a portion of Electricity's employees. So those 23 positions won't be a direct add to personnel staffing. Administration, should I just go through these? Anybody say don't steal my thunder? Administration, Jackie alluded to the increase in people, the increase in specialization, and I can tell you, creating a new job description is not always an easy task, especially for looking at line workers or some of these really specialized positions. Figuring that out, making it right, and making sure it's something that works with us. It's a little thing, but it is, again, an add to what we're doing. So I will be asking for a position. I hope also this is good for succession planning in the HR department. Not that I am planning to go anywhere, but looking to add an assistant HR director position next year. Kind of wish I'd asked for it last year with electricity. The other is an IT position. I can't remember. Larry, did you mention it? Another IT help desk? Yeah. Electric 23, engineering, Stephen talked about that. Fire, I will just say he will talk about that. Parks and Rec, I guess I can just, facilities person, I believe, he'll talk more about that. Planning, as far as I know right now, does not have anticipated ads. Police department is 2 additional positions I know Chief Vaughn will talk about, and then Public Works, Kevin already talked about that. So that's a total of 43 ads. What that does is basically double the number of employees we had 10 years ago, not including part-time people. So we're growing, and we're going to continue to grow. Focus, I can barely see this one. Can't focus on it. Continued growth, again, we've talked about that. Electricity's transition, again, making sure that that's as smooth a transition as it can be coming into July. And then the other piece that we talked about we'll be doing this year is a compensation study, likely with a mid-year implementation.
Do you have any
Questions?
plans to, do you have any plans to implement parental leave? Or is that something you're just kind of, have you thought about adding that in, like if 6 weeks?
I would say yes, we're thinking about it, so that would be something that would need to come as a personnel policy change. And so thinking about timeline, what those different things that we want to look at, those would have to come back to the board to be approved by the board in an update to our personnel policy.
Okay. You have my vote.
Same.
Thank you.
So we have, I don't know if lunch is gonna be ready at 12:30, Catherine, is that what it says? I doubt it's ready now, I was in there getting water and I didn't see or smell anything that, like food. So we could, two things, obviously take a 30-minute break, or the more we get done, maybe allows us to get done sooner in the afternoon. Some things may take longer, may allow us to leave earlier Friday, all those kind of things. So just looking at the schedule, and if I had to pick one to move forward, that's if we can maybe con Emily into maybe going now, if she'd be willing to do that.
I can
If
make
that's
mine
okay
sooner.
with the board. I mean, is that all right, Mayor, y'all good with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, boss.
Larry, can you fix Emily?
While we're waiting, Chief Vaughn, I heard that we don't have any fun videos this year.
I'm sorry, what?
There's no fun videos this year? Fun
Fun
videos?
Oh, fun videos, no, I'm sorry, I was like, I could not, no.
I mean,
No, but Anthony mentioned David Moore in Laura's department. He sent some training pictures to me this morning. I can come show you with my phone. Pictures.
that's not what I mean.
They're fun pictures. They're training, CPR training.
NFC, no fun chief.
Oh, we have to reconsider our chief. Because, I mean, we're missing out on, I mean, those are really educational to show people, like, why you stop at a red light.
She got to pull it back. Larry probably got live feed.
Yeah. All right, I'm like,
We ready?
sorry.
So I probably have the fewest number of slides out of
All
all
right.
of the departments, so it's probably a good idea to move me forward. Most of this is just a review because you guys have heard all of this before, including probably at your recent ethics training. We're going to briefly hit public records, conflicts of interest related to development regulations, meaning zoning, subdivision, those sorts of things, and also conflicts involving contracting, which are distinct. And then lastly, we'll talk briefly about the social media policy. So public records defined. That definition is found in section 132-1 of the general statutes. It's extremely broad. Basically, anything, regardless of the physical form or characteristics, that is made in connection with the transaction of public business. So that can be a document, that can be an email, that can be a text, etc. It can also be a social media post. So keep that in mind as you are posting on social media outlets. The town itself is not archiving any of your social media posts, so that would be a responsibility for you all to make sure that if you are talking about and transacting public business via social media, and again, the definition is very broad, so err on the side of caution. You would be responsible for archiving those posts on your own. Also, similarly, while we do have a system, Barracuda, actually a software, Barracuda, for archiving emails, you all would be responsible for archiving your own text. So again, these are just reminders. If there is a question about whether or not something constitutes a public record, please feel free to reach out to the legal department. We are always here to help you talk through those issues about whether something is or is not a public record. And also, just one other very important thing to note. You do not have to have a majority of the board interacting together simultaneously to create a public record. For example, Mayor Pro Tem Hunt could create a public record on her own social media page without the majority of the board interacting in that, back and forth on social media. So just keep that in mind. So there are some limitations on what constitutes a public record. For example, if someone submits a request and it is for a record that we do not already have or maintain, we as a town are not required to create a public record to satisfy that request. I will say, though, that it gets a little bit tricky when it comes to queries. If we have the software that can actually run a query, most of the time we can provide that information because it's a query that we have the ability to do. However, if it is some specialized software that is required to run that report and we cannot do it within the functionality of the software that we have, we are not required to then create that report and those responsive items for that request. Also, another limitation would be non-public and confidential information. So just some examples would be tax information, enterprise billing information, proprietary information, something that may be subject to attorney-client privilege. We also don't give out social security numbers, criminal intelligence information, and also information that is contained in personnel files, which is not considered public record by statute. So retention of public records. The retention of public records is dictated by the retention schedule for local government agencies, and the length of retention fluctuates depending on what the record is. So, for example, if we have something related to annexations, that is a specific category within the retention schedule, and it is dictated by what the schedule says as to how long we have to keep it. There are other categories where there is not a specific line item that has a specific date for keeping that item. Rather, you have to look rather at the format, at the actual content. And so those things would be email, text messages, social media, etc. We don't have a specific category saying, okay, keep these for 3 years. Instead, you have to look at what is that post about, what is that email about, what is that text about, and the content dictates how long you will keep that public record for. Again, if there are any questions about how long to keep a public record for, whether or not it is a public record, please feel free to reach out. Moving right along, conflicts of interest for development regulations. So that information is going to be set forth in Chapter 160D, specifically subsection 109. For legislative decisions, meaning zoning or text amendment, you are not allowed to vote on those matters if you have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact that would be something that you would essentially accrue directly to yourself because of that vote or that decision. If it's something that everyone is going to experience that lives within the jurisdiction, it's likely not going to meet this threshold because it is not specific to you. So if every taxpayer in Huntersville is going to experience the same change, regardless of whether or not you specifically vote, it's probably not going to meet that threshold. Also, you are not allowed to vote on these items if you have a close familial, business, or associational relationship with the applicant or someone involved with the project. Quasi-judicial decisions, the conflict rules are distinct. and they're a little bit broader in terms of what you can and cannot vote on. So I have bolded again the relevant language. You cannot have a fixed opinion prior to the hearing on the matter at hand. If your opinion is not susceptible to change, that's likely going to be the case. Also, you cannot go out and speak to someone about this quasi-judicial matter before the board and then not disclose that at the evidentiary hearing. Because again, at the evidentiary hearing, you can only consider evidence that is submitted at the hearing itself. So it's fine if you want to go out and look at the site, but if you have sidebar conversations with the owner of the land or the applicant, you then have to disclose that during the evidentiary hearing. You can't keep that to yourself. You have the same prohibitions on voting on quasi-judicial matters as you do with legislative if you have close familial, business, or other associational relationships with an affected person, or if you have a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. So the conflict rules related to contracts are different than the contract rules related to development regulations, which we just went over. I've listed here some of the references. We're going to go through each of them just as a matter of refreshing your memory. So section 133-32, it creates a prohibition on receiving gifts and favors. So a public officer or employee may not accept gifts or favors from past, and past means within a year, current or potential future vendors or contractors if that person is charged with the duty of any of the following. That could be preparing plans, specifications, the contracts themselves, awarding or administering the contracts, or inspecting or supervising construction. So this prohibition is not just for board members. It is also for town employees that may be involved in these types of actions. There are a few exceptions. So awards, advertising items, meals at banquets, gifts to professional organizations, and gifts from family or friends. Those are not going to be considered gifts that are prohibited under this subsection. A similar statute but distinct statute prohibits self-benefiting. And so the prohibited activities under this subsection 14-234 would be deriving a direct benefit if making or administering a contract, influencing others if deriving a direct benefit, meaning that you would receive a benefit, you're not actually making or administering the contract itself, but you are trying to influence those who are doing those functions. Also, getting gifts in exchange for influencing others. So if someone tries to provide you with, I'll just pick on Anthony, as he likes to say, because he mentioned to me that he had some nice bourbon. Let's say that someone tries to provide him with, a $400 bottle of bourbon. If he will go out and try to, influence someone to do something that is prohibited under this subsection. I am not going to read through each and every word on this slide, but if you have a question about whether or not something that is being offered to you is going to be a violation of this subsection, please reach out to the legal department. Misuse of confidential information is the next section that we're going to discuss. That's 14-234.1. A public officer or employee, not just a board member, may not gain any pecuniary benefit or help someone else gain a pecuniary benefit from the use of confidential information that you've learned through your position. Also, while we are on the topic of confidential information, please keep in mind that you should not be posting anything that even has the potential of being confidential on social media. That is a big no-no, and that's also included in our social media policy as well. We wouldn't want someone to slip up and let it slide that, for example, a business may or may not be locating here if it's something that we have discussed in closed session. So even though you may be excited about it, do not post about it. The next section is 14-234.2. that prohibits financially benefiting. So no elected officer shall solicit or receive personal financial gain from the town for which the elected officer serves by means of intimidation, undue influence, or misuse of the employees of the political subdivision. So you cannot try to intimidate any town employee into doing something through basically misusing the employee or undue influence. It doesn't apply to financial gain received from a political subdivision for acting in your official capacity. So, or financial gain received with the approval of the governing board. That would be, for example, if we had a court order for condemned property, the fact that we have to pay you just compensation for the property that we condemned for you, that would not be something that is prohibited under this subsection because it is an exception to this rule. This section, this section 14-234.3 on nonprofits is fairly new. I think it was in the past 3 to 4 years at this point. But essentially, if you are serving on the board of a nonprofit, there are some prohibitions that you need to be aware of. And namely, you cannot gain any sort of benefit if you are serving on that board and then you try to influence a contract that is related to that nonprofit, for example. Also, I will point out that there is a specific statutory definition of what associated means. And the way that that has been interpreted does not make a distinction between whether or not you are a voting member or a non-voting member on that nonprofit board. It basically means if you are sitting on the governing board for that nonprofit. You should then recuse if an agenda item comes before the town board that is related to that nonprofit. And we are always here to help determine whether or not a board member should recuse from an item involving a nonprofit.
Emily, in regards to that, how long is it, like if an elected official served on the board at one point, they resign from that position, now how long after?
So
do they still continuously recuse themselves no matter what?
No, so it's only while you are considered associated. And again, if you're no longer on the board, then you wouldn't be considered associated with it. Now, there may be some unique circumstances if you had some business with that nonprofit that was lingering, that you were still involved with, that may be something that we would want to look at and determine whether or not it would be appropriate to recuse. Okay. But typically, it's going to be if you are serving on that nonprofit board.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And like I said, it's not just for contracting with nonprofits. It is also if you attempt to influence others who are voting or deliberating on the contract, or if you are trying to solicit or receive a gift, favor, reward, service, or promise of reward in exchange for recommending that someone else vote in favor of the contract with the nonprofit. So it's fairly broad, and it's somewhat new, like I said, within the past 3 years, I think, at this point. So it's been subject to interpretation, but I always advise err on the side of caution. If there's any question, reach out to us.
Yeah, it came up at the ethics training, so that's why I was asking for clarity.
And this is my last slide. You'll be happy to know. I did not post all of the requirements of our social media policy on this slide. My point with this slide is that you all need to familiarize yourselves with the town's social media policy. We have a distinct social media policy for elected and appointed officials, and then a separate one for town employees. So we want to make sure that everyone is following those guidelines and those best practices for posting on social media, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, what have you. Please familiarize yourself with our policy about what to do and what not to do on social media. I always say the less, the better. And that's it.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Questions for Emily?
Did you have any staffing updates?
Yes, I did. So we have a new addition to the legal department. His name is Drew. He is going to be working very closely with the planning board and helping me with pretty much everything that Jacob helped with in the past.
Okay.
So he started at the beginning of January.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have 20 minutes left before food, right, Catherine?
Correct.
All right. We could hop to, because I know Vaughn can't get done in 20 minutes. Totally maybe, but, and HFFA, I don't think is here, so we could hit a couple of the, what I'd call wrap-up topics, maybe one or two. That's the following day. Emily, any problem with that?
No.
We could, try one or two of those, see if we can get on it. I know this may be a curveball for Stephen, but the Veerhoff Drive alignment, we talked about that recently, and I think, if I recall at the last board meeting, said that we may pick it back up here just to get a little bit of guidance. I don't know that we need to spend 10 minutes on it, if that, but maybe we have a slide or two that Stephen can just give us a 2-3 minute sort of overview of we got 3 options and we had various feedback, et cetera, and I need some direction.
Hey again. So at the pre-meeting, at the last town board meeting, we talked about the Veerhoff alignment study the town was working on. And so, if you recall, adopted alignment back in '02. Stuff's changed since then. This is the alignment that's adopted. Here's just highlighting where that is. Portion we were looking at is the portion between 115 and Asbury Chapel. The bridge over 115's been built, and also there's been other development in the area. So what we looked at is developing a couple of alternatives. So these are those alternatives. I've got a couple of slides if you need the larger print version, like I do, to be able to see it. There's a lot of information on one map. So presented, we had a public comment period, and then this is the feedback we received. We didn't get, say, from that feedback, there wasn't one option that just everybody was in love with. It looked like most folks were looking for something else. So again, the options are do nothing, just leave the existing alignment as it is. We could look to adopt one of the couple of alignments that were proposed. We could develop additional alignments. We can try to combine. I think one of the questions is, can we combine kind of a mixing of a couple of the options? Maybe purple on one half, orange on another, red. Kind of mix and match. That's a potential option. To be honest, you can say we don't want an alignment at all. That's another option, and actually vote to remove it as well. So depending on which way you go, there would be next steps. Unless you say we don't want to do anything and we just want to keep what's adopted, then that would mean that the process just basically stops. I'd give an update to CRTPO saying we looked at it, we changed our mind, we're just going to keep what we have, and then that would be it. But if you want to adopt one of the alignments already presented or develop more, then there'd just be more steps. So just wanted to get some feedback, see if there were additional questions, to see what you'd like to do next.
I know that's very, very broad, and that's obviously we're looking for some feedback here, but I can tell you, studying other alignments and all that, we can draw you 52 more colors on there. They're gonna stay somewhere in that mix, and unfortunately, all of those go through the park, right?
Well, say if you say I want to avoid the park, I think what I said, if I remember at the board meeting, is there's pros and cons to all the options, and there's pros and cons even if you want to draw your own. If I gave you a sheet of paper and said, here, I'm trying to go from A to B, you draw an alignment, get as many options as there are people in the room. There'll be pros and cons.
Right?
there'll be pros and cons to each one of them, and challenges, so.
They bought that land after the original alignment was done. We recommended not purchasing that land.
We did, I mean,
Stephen.
I remember the emails I sent to county manager and all them, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, they were gonna buy it, so, we did have that discussion with them, and probably can find the emails, but the county did purchase it. But I guess what I would say is if we wanted to avoid the park, it's a whole different, I mean, it's a, well, you can't probably go south.
Yeah, south, let's say the park, the county-owned property goes all the way down to Asbury Chapel Road, where, if you think about it, where Asbury Chapel, where it turns, I believe it trails in, their property goes all the way down to there. So to avoid county property completely and going south, then you're going through the middle of neighborhoods, that way if you want to do that.
That's really not an option, even north is,
Then you have the landfill north, so,
Right.
which
So
has
it's-
its own environmental challenges to go through a landfill, so.
so I kinda wanna put,
Yep.
you know, sort of extremes on it, that, it's either you don't do it at all, or it has to go through the park. I mean, and like I said, we can get into, we notified them way before they bought the park, but it doesn't matter, they bought the park now, that's a, you know, it is what it is.
So Stephen, I think from the last meeting, and I think I have the colors correct, there was a combination of I think it was the purple line and the orange line, and there was a reason the purple was good and a reason the orange was good.
Sure, so, and I'll talk about it from the halves. So if you look at it maybe from halves to kind of break it down, since there's so many different things going on. So on the western half, shifting the alignment a little bit north stays further off of Southwire.
And we owned that property, right? Or
Yeah,
some of
the
it?
property, can I draw on here, Larry? No, okay. So I don't know if I don't know if I can even point on the screen. Okay, there we go. So the property that's just above Southwire, there's two parcels there. The town currently owns both of those. So if you want to use the property that's already under town control, shifting it a little bit to the north, not much, could be beneficial. And the lines, the colored lines, that's the center of the alignment, but that's not the entire impacts. You've got grading, you've got construction easements that are gonna go out that. You can kind of see maybe some green, very squiggly lines. Those are the potential grading impacts. You're gonna need even more outside of that if you go to build it. So if you wanna shift away from Southwire a little bit, that could be helpful on this half. In
Brad,
the,
Can I ask,
I'm
their
sorry.
expansion that they're finally moving forward with, is it to the, well, up
yeah,
the
it's to the,
north?
it's to the top side.
The top side?
Yeah.
In the piece next door, we've got some economic development slated for too, right?
Which way?
So right there, they're expanding probably to where that white line is, right? It's hard to see.
Okay.
They also, we have an agreement with them to use this as a laydown yard. So they will be using that as a laydown yard for this construction. Emily was involved and Stephen and whoever else, staff involved to work through that agreement. So they will we have a laydown yard there ourselves for, public works purposes. So they will be using that, for some construction purpose. They paid for that. They had to pay, quite a bit of money, to be able to use that. I think it was close to $400,000, that they had to pay the town for. That used 300-some thousand if I recall. But anyway, that's all worked out. But,
So then we got the purple to, we'll call it the halfway point, and then I think the orange had a benefit, and I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, so on this parcel here, I think I'm pointing to the right one. I can't look here and there at the same time, but,
I got you.
there's a rezoning that occurred there for some additional development. Brian's group led that through the process, but I believe as part of that rezoning, I think one of the notes, if I remember, was if the orange alignment was approved through there, then they may donate that right of way. I think it's all reserved, regardless, but there may be an additional donation part of that if the orange alignment was chosen through that parcel.
Who would donate that?
The developer.
The developer.
The developer.
They would donate the right of way. I don't think they would build the road, but they would donate the right of way.
Right, okay.
So they won't give us, if it's the purple line,
Correct.
they won't give us the right of way.
That's how the note on the rezoning plan was written, was what I remember.
So the purple line at the top there benefits Southwire's expansion situation.
As well as us,
And
because we
also
own it
because we
already.
own that property, right? So then, but it goes down, so then it would need to morph into the orange line.
Right.
To get the right of way, is that, am I,
The free right of way.
the free right of way? So instead of having the purple line go down low, it would need to overlap, right?
So I'll just throw it out there. I think that alignment of purple to orange, if we could do that, would be for
Okay.
me, the most
On
beneficial.
the first two sections.
Yeah, as I say, on this
Yeah,
half.
on this section, yeah, so on this section,
Right, so that's on that half. And so then, if you're in the orange here, again, you gotta think about it. You're gonna have a pro here and maybe a pro
Right.
there. Okay, well then, as you pick it up over here, then
This
that
is where
kind
we're
of
at now.
drives where you go with the rest of it. So,
right?
so then if you're gonna try to, I have a hard time seeing both.
So purple to the orange, is
For
what
the
you think?
first
Yep.
half, for the first half,
And then the orange the rest of the way?
That's what I say.
unless there's some
Is there a
red flag there.
downfall to that?
None of them are gonna be,
What is the
exciting.
downfall?
Is there any, there's no red flags in the orange?
I don't
The
think so.
second half of the orange, I should say?
So,
I think
Yeah,
that,
every
I
one of
mean,
them
I
is
know, but
challenging.
like,
That is a good choice, to purple to orange, I think that's a.
like merge the
fair-
purple, orange in the first half and then stick with orange for the second half?
so then, I guess, cons on the orange in the second half is, you can see the orange impacts the property here more. I think the feedback from that property owner was purple.
Can you zoom in on that,
Well, I'm
Stephen,
sure they would be.
Probably not.
by chance?
You
It's
can-
okay.
It's in our email.
I have it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I had to pull it up in the email so I could see.
So
That's all right.
whichever one we
I've
pick
got it in
is
my
gonna,
email.
for lack of better terms, piss someone off.
So,
So it's
yeah,
not, if you move up to the top, you
Yeah.
move to the bottom,
It's no.
there's different people gonna be impacted differently.
I'd say, yeah, I'd say purple to orange.
Are we, and the
Wait,
people who are
hold on.
pissed off there, the residential?
I thought you'd make it exciting, purple to orange to red.
well, hold on. So the red is crossing
Got it right here.
down there, that's crossing Duke.
Well, they
Is
all
that what
cross.
those-
Some of the red can't be built
Yeah,
as
red-
drawn because
Right.
it crosses pipelines.
Yeah, that's what I
and
thought.
it's
Okay,
at
so-
odd angles.
It goes through a tower, so. it
That's what that
probably-
is that what that is, those quadruple lines down there?
Yeah, so this is a tower here. You see
Yeah.
the arrows actually point, there's a tower here,
Yeah.
a tower there, there's
Red
a
will
tower
work.
there. There's 3 parallel lines that run all within that Duke easement. And
Yeah.
Duke's gonna want you to cross their whole right-of-way as close to perpendicular as you can.
Right.
The red line looks either right at or doesn't quite meet their current criteria,
Okay.
because the road's not built yet, so.
So
So
sadly,
red would
it's-
be a challenge through here. Orange and purple cross better, so if you're looking at orange, you'd want to be far enough away from the tower and then cross it there, so that shifts you up to have more impact on that property owner there. There are other property owners that have access through there, so they would be impacted more with that. And then you're gonna have to come through the park property and then try to come back up. The area that has the vegetation that's, I believe it's called the Georgia holly. That's
Actually loves that.
trying to think of the right term, it's something you want to preserve. It's not an endangered species.
Is it edible?
I don't know that one. But it's a species of interest, of significance in this part of the state, so there's a limited habitat, limited of that species, and it's called the Georgia holly. And so that is, I believe they said, which is south of the power line easement that kind of runs, so this area all in here. In talking with the representatives from Mecklenburg County, again, it's not endangered. It can't be moved, I think is what they said. They just want to try to limit the impacts. So the less the alignment's in that area, to me, the county's going to look at that more favorably. So,
Is that the orange line that's the less in that area?
So none of them are good.
yes, so none of them are good, yeah,
Yeah.
to be the answer.
Yep.
Just to be honest, none of them are great. So orange has a little bit less impact, but it's it's still impacting, so,
Now, I'm gonna ask a loaded question. Nobody shoot daggers at me. Do we have to go through here, or can we just not extend on that side and just stop?
You saying dead in it?
Yeah. Okay, so that, I mean, that's why I'm just asking. The objective is to connect all the way through. If we stop, then there would be no point. We would just say forget this extension altogether,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
it really just becomes an access street.
And like I say, you can say do nothing, but we ultimately will take it to those, probably to those businesses, or they have we have a connection through the business park to those businesses, now, but, yeah, we wouldn't stop it halfway. You'd either just be done with it or take it through. Even if you decide to take it through, I don't know how long y'all want to serve on this board, but, I won't be here to see it through, I can promise you that.
Right, this is expensive.
And I don't know if any of us will. It'll take a long time, even if we get funding.
And I guess just a reminder, this is a reservation of an alignment which benefits you when future development comes.
Right.
As Anthony said, it take a long time to build and stuff. We're not even talking about building it yet. This is when development occurs, they'd set aside, hopefully, reserve that area or not build something in the way, depending on the type of development, if it's subdivision versus commercial.
You're
You
just
get all
trying
the
to-
hundreds of scenarios on that, but that's the point, I guess that's the benefit of reserving alignment, is you have an adopted alignment, then folks tend to respect that as new development occurs. There's not a commitment to build it anytime soon, it's just you're setting aside, you're having that future vision that that's where it's gonna be.
I mean, it could be that by the time you build it, the hollies could be endangered or whatever, then it's a whole different ballgame. Then it's
This is the whole.
game over.
Planning is measured in decades, this is, this is 30, 40, 50 years out, but you have to do the groundwork today.
Yeah.
Make the harder decisions.
Yeah, if development comes through here and puts a whole lot of stuff, what do you think the likelihood of building a new thoroughfare through there is? I would say it would be less likely.
There's some other projects in front of it.
Well, then too, if you also have the alignment adopted as they come in piecemeal, they respect that. And
Right.
sometimes they have to contribute their portion of, kind of like the sidewalks 20, 30 years ago, everybody thought we were crazy. Why are we building all these sidewalks all around town? But here we are 20 years later, here we are, you guys you saw all those plans, we're just filling in the gaps. Now all of a sudden you've got 3 and 4 miles of continuous sidewalks.
Right.
Same thing, those areas in the business park get developed, that road gets, aligned through there. Eventually, that road's gonna punch through, and you've got the road reserve, you're not buying businesses, you're not buying homes, you're not doing as much impact on the financial side for the public to build these
Right.
roads. Or if the project's large enough and they need to use that road, they have to pay their portion of it, or build a portion of it.
Then
All right,
this-
you got 3 minutes.
But
or two.
that's also a watershed.
It is not.
It is not, okay,
Pretty much west of 115, that's where the watersheds are.
Gotcha,
77 to
okay.
115 are bunkers. Everything's in a watershed, the protected are on the west side of town.
Because we're closer to the,
Yeah, there'll be some creek crossings
Absolutely.
with
Yeah,
this,
I can
yes.
see it from my window. I know where that is.
Creek crossings,
I have no problem
major
with it.
utility crossings, it's not flat out here. This picture makes it look easy,
Yeah.
be easy, but
And my house is right there, I can see all of that, there's a lot of coyote wildlife, yeah,
so in the 50 years from now,
yeah.
when this road is built, that would help. We'll have to do something, well, DOT will do something about Asbury Chapel and its traffic issue
Correct.
long before this.
Correct.
So it benefits us to have this connection mapped out for when that happens, because that's probably gonna happen
Sure,
sooner.
All range
This is,
connectivity.
that
This is your big spine road.
All the way up to Huntersville.
that issue needs to be resolved sooner rather than later.
Sure, that will,
Yeah.
Asbury will obviously, that
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, okay.
Connectivity.
So, what we said was merge purple and orange from the beginning, and then orange to the end.
Yes.
Yes.
Wave, nod, smile.
Just remember, we're not funding anything.
Right.
Right, this is just-
You may say, yeah, these pretty colors on the map, some future board's gonna decide whether you can fund it or not.
Yeah,
Yep.
we won't, I won't be.
Steven
alive
said he was
for
gonna get
that.
started on it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go.
That's what I heard.
that's what you want. To you guys,
All right,
added to the
so-
CIP. So